all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover?
I was a loner, you were a goner. I never wanted fairy tales. I was distracted, you were impacted. I never practiced fairly well, and it took too long. Where did I go wrong? Now I'm too far gone to turn back. It was an accident, it was a light. Even through the blackness I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We were at the wrong place at the wrong time. But you were by my side, body had a side. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. But if I look around, nowhere to be found. But if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. You were by my side, body had a side. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. And if it's going down, if we're going down, if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. Yeah. And you didn't trust me, should have been just me. I've always known you don't play fair. Back on my own now, cover is blown now. Thought you should know now, I don't care. You were an accident, you were a light. Even through the blackness I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We were at the wrong place at the wrong time. But you were by my side, body had a side. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. But if I look around, nowhere to be found. But if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. You were by my side, body had a side. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. And if it's going down,
for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they're telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover? I
第一次站在国际赛的赛场上，感觉还是比较新颖的，因为可以和外赛区的队伍交手嘛。
看到了这次的分组之后，我就知道我们与 FPP 一定还会再次相遇。虽然这次的夏季决赛我们输给了他们，为这次的比赛画上了一次不完美的句号，但我们一直等待着复仇的机会。
一脚牛总虽然倒地，但正面可能已经要结束了。又是一斩，剑魔还能打吗？剑魔又打不了。起来以后，先占北分，再一个 Q， 再杀德莱文，德莱文可能也要没了。又一个 A， 误杀了。剑魔差一个平 A， 稳打 Q 的 solo Q。
今年对于我们来 FPP 来说，其实是挺幸运的，就感觉我们5个人到现在都快半决赛了嘛，我觉得我们还没有碰到什么很厉害的人，又碰到你们EDGY了，我觉得我们一定可以就是赢下来这场比赛，然后挺进总决赛。
还想动，但是
得交踢了吧？
被看住了，
救一下，小闪现拉开，
这波
回来，
处理不能先倒了，抬起来，
好反打，还有一个都得死。
我们能赢他们1次，就一定能赢他们2次。
지금 참가 미드 중에서는 좀 제가 제일 잘한다 생각해서 그냥 라인전부터 많이 굴려놓도록 하겠습니다.
저희 LCK 한국에서 저희 팀만 살아남은 만큼 한국 팀의 어떤 명예를 걸고 다 이겨서 저희가 우승하고 싶습니다.
烈火小猫直接换猫爬架，发现纳尔也有点顶火，再回来上来再秒到那个阿里，自己中雷高可以收购中3杀到手，再往前追，哇，没办法，妖姬抢掉了这个5杀。
我们对上 T1 对于我们来说是毫无压力的，3包1 LCK 赛区这样的事我们做到了。
希望对手打得好一点吧，不要太快被我们打败，让所有人见识一下我们 Next 的实力。
猫咪的魔掌直接让引放的很不错，后续还能再杀吗？哇，在这个角度里面全得死。
我们一定会全力以赴拿下 ASCI 的总冠军。
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Asia Star Challengers Invitational.
各位屏幕前的英雄联盟的召唤师们，大家下午好！欢迎各位来到2022 ASCI 亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的比赛现场，我是主持人宝宝。那么今天呢，已经来到我们本次邀请赛半决赛阶段的第2个比赛日了。同样呢，会有一场精彩的 BO5对决在等待着大家。那么在此之前呢，仍然向各位分享一些资讯。本届赛事由拳头游戏、恒劲体育、微劲文化联合主办。
I remember, if I recall correctly from the quarterfinals, you guys have a hard time hearing me over when the main stage host is talking.
感谢独家社交媒体平台微博的大力支持。上微博关注英雄联盟发展联赛，参与2022 ASCI 话题讨论，将有机会赢取赛事奖励以及战队周边，一起来为选手们加油助威吧！上虎扑英雄联盟专区与 JRS 一起讨论赛事。那么今天我们对阵的双方队伍呢，分别是来自 LJL 赛区的 Max 战队以及 LCK 赛区的 T1 战队。他们当中的胜者将与昨天对阵的 EDGY 会师总决赛。那么到底最后一张总决赛的入场券将花落谁家呢？让我们一同来期待。那么接下来的时间就让有请选手登场。首先让我们欢迎到的是 Max 战队。
There we are. Okay. The host is now finished talking to everyone. So we'll get the teams up on stage here, and by teams I mean team. Since it's only Max today from the LDL side.
再次欢迎 Max 战队，请我们的选手进入对战席。
So Max, for those of you who don't know, is the 3rd seed team from the LDL
接下来让我们欢迎到的是 T1 战队，欢迎上单 Bolton。
This team is T1 Challengers. They are the only remaining seed from the LCK. And by the way, the LCK region. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, they are also the 3rd seed from KR Challengers. We have a 3rd seed face-off in the semifinals.
让我们一同进入今天的第1场对决。我们把画面交给解说席。
Because of COVID travel protocol, and this is the fact that this is the first Asian Star Challengers Invitational, we are not able to basically field teams outside of China in the venue right now. So all teams except for the LDL teams have played remotely throughout this tournament. For those of you who don't know, the Asian Star Challengers Invitational Tournament is a tournament featuring 16 teams from the VCS.B, PCS Academy, LJL Academy, Korean Challengers, and the LDL. So 5 regions, 16 teams across 5 regions. We are now at the second semifinal, which means that there's only 3 teams remaining in the tournament. Yesterday we had the first semifinal against Edward Gaming Youth and Funplex Phoenix Blaze. So that was a rematch of the LDL finals, and Edward Gaming Youth managed to get their revenge 3-2 versus Funplex Phoenix Blaze. The second seed of the LDL is now the one through to the final, having upset the champions. But getting into this match today to decide their grand final opponent, we have Max from the LDL, which is the 3rd seed. Max actually played against Edward Gaming Youth already, so we would have a rematch of that between the 2nd and 3rd seed teams. And we have T1 Challengers, which is the 3rd seed from the Korean Challengers. By the way, T1 was the only Korean Challengers representative that did not take a game off of the LDL team in their group. Both Nongshim Red Forest Challengers and Daewon Kia Challengers managed to take games off of the LDL teams in their groups, but T1 did not. And then in the quarterfinals, T1 Challengers faced the Korean Streamer team, and the Korean Streamer team got 3-0 by T1. So basically this will be their first chance to take a game off of an LDL team this time around. Now the feature match is the mid lane match, Meds and Toland. This is probably the match that I would also choose. Either that or the top lane matchup between Fosun and Garvey. But I think this one is a little bit more exciting since we have 2 fresh rookies, 2 very strong, mechanically skilled rookies. Toland throwing down the gauntlet in the intro there for those of you who watched, saying that he thinks he's the best mid laner left in this tournament, but Meds' performances, especially the Galio, if you watch the quarterfinal series, was very impressive. So I think that this will be a really, really fun match to watch. And I think Meds' spacing has just been pretty overall exceptional. I know Toland has managed to pick up a lot of Azir bans throughout the course of the tournament, has played a lot of those late game clutch team fights extremely well, so this will be a really, really fun one to watch, I think. I'm always a big fan when we get exciting and spicy mid matchups, and I think that this series will deliver for us. Yeah, Max doesn't actually have an LPL team that sponsors them. In the LDL, there are several, I think there are 24 teams total. So there are some teams that do not have LPL teams sponsoring them. It is not like the academy system, where all in NA, it's a little bit more like the ERLs, since they also have city or regional sponsors usually. But let's see, we are getting into Max versus T1. I believe we'll probably start pick ban soon. As you can see, all of the Max players are on stage for Max Gaming. Okay, so already we're seeing the Callista, Trundle, and Silas picks taken off the board, and then for T1, the Renekton bans. I'm actually surprised to not see the Draven ban, since that's been very popular in the tournament, and I know Xiaoguang and as well as the Edward Gaming Youth team heavily prioritized early Draven picks, so either on first pick or 2-3. And then of course Wukong still feeling very strong, everyone feeling very confident picking that champion on this patch 12.16. And wow, I'm also surprised to see the Azir go through, since that champion's been banned pretty consistently against Toland throughout the tournament. I think that probably what I would expect to see from here is maybe a Talia response. Oh, Talia's banned, actually. So they already set up the Azir pick with basically no banned responses. I think you can also go something like a Zoe, or, you know, even Orianna. Silas is banned as well, never mind. See, they're already setting up all the counters on the way. So T1, by the way, they also heavily prioritize the Sivir pick. So seeing the Sivir pick here is basically a slight denial, but usually T1 have only played Aphelios and Sivert throughout the course of this tournament, which means that they're probably looking for the Aphelios response, looking to answer it. Aurelia has also been very, very popular going into the Aatrox blind. The Aatrox blind with the Eclipse build being quite a bit of a terror throughout the event. I think Garvey had a very impressive Aatrox game in the quarterfinal series where he got MVP. So seeing Photon bring out the Aurelia, not too surprising. I think that has definitely been the most successful matchup that we've seen played into the Aatrox. Easy to snowball, especially with the Sejuani. We can look for 3 camp clears in the course of the game, getting the Sejuani or the Aurelia ahead, and just really, really hard pressure the Aatrox through the sideline throughout the game. So then we have coming through the Yuumi ban, not too surprising whatsoever to deny that. I think there's still the Lulu up as a result of that if someone wants to look for a denial pick, or if they're looking for something to pair pretty effectively with the Sivir, you're typically looking at those Yuumi and those Lulu picks. But because it is a Sivir, right, you have On the Hunt, which you can press and go for an all-in composition, even themselves. But once again, I believe Trigger will probably go for the Aphelios pick. Oh no, we're coming out with the Nila. Okay, that's something new for T1 in the course of this tournament. Definitely looking for basically whatever support they pick, which they're going to save for last place for Cappy there, to look for some scaling, look for some effective pressure mid or late game. So I think that will be a really fun pick to watch, because it hasn't been that popular in the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. And once again, I think Trigger's only played the Aphelios and only played the Sivir throughout the course of the tournament. But we do get the Gallios, which for Meds was really, really fun to watch. They are picking that straight into the Azir, so I'm expecting a lot of jungle pressure around the mid lane in order for Max's strategy to be effective, and making sure that the Galio can get out of lane and not take too much damage from really, really aggressive Azir trading, which we usually see from a lot of these LCK, both challengers and LCK proper mid laners. So not a lot of priority, not a lot of agency coming out for Max from the bot lane with the Sivir Alistar, and with Nila picking up the Renata, I expect just a little bit of pressure in that lane to come out. So we are looking to get the game started here. If I am looking at this initial draft, I feel like it's a pretty strong draft overall for T1. I think they have an answer to the Aatrox, which has been the biggest menace pick. They should get the priority through mid. Azir has been very effective for T1. And then I think the Sejuani Aurelia is very difficult to play into if you're playing these hard all-in style compositions. They do have some crowd control coming out from the Alistar, which makes it really annoying to play the Aurelia, so they do have that, but I expect Aurelia to mostly be looking for the sideline plays. Azir is effective disengage, or more effective disengage than Max's composition has. So I think this is a game that T1 can start off strong in. We might get a red side win. I know yesterday in the series we had almost entirely all blue side victories, actually all entirely blue side victories for the series between Edward Gaming Youth and Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze. I'm excited to get to watch some Nila games. I think that she's been a little bit underplayed within the course of League of Legends so far. People had some difficulty picking her up or playing her through. I think, for example, her Apotheosis is pretty effective for setting up team fights or setting up these situations basically for maximum damage. You also have a lot of damage coming out of her kit if she's able to build like these types of full lethality builds or strong AD builds. She'll do a ridiculous amount of burst damage as the game progresses. And then, of course, she's being paired in this game with Renata. Renata getting levels super early on and getting that bailout will make it almost impossible for the opponent team, especially considering how much all-in the opponent team has to contest dragons. So if you have a really, really high level Renata who's spiking 6 before everyone else, in the bot side of the map, then dragons become very easy to secure for T1. But we'll see. I think we saw many times Max able to pull off these really heavy all-in compositions. I think this Galio pick for Meds has been really effective. We saw him pull off a lot of really powerful flank angles in the quarterfinals. All right, we have Kebby and Forest and Trigger supporting in the bot side. Going to be sending that Sejuani to top side to try to, as we mentioned in draft phase, get the effective snowball going against the Aatrox and make it so that Aatrox is not the menace that he has been in the course of most of the tournament fights. Already, as expected, kind of the stronger trading happening from the Azir. Meds forced to burn potion already, though not trading too badly back. Obviously getting the Q onto the Azir just there, as I was talking. Oh, and we have a pause. Anyway, welcome everyone to the stream. I'm sure I'll be getting an update shortly for all of you as to why there is currently a pause, and we'll get back into the action. I assume at the moment there's probably a network error. Excuse me. Wow, I need to do some tongue twisters or something before I come to the stream. I assume that there might be some kind of network error. It happens a lot when you have these remote tournaments. Just an expected technical difficulty at this point. Say hello. It is best of 5. Apparently, the issue that we have on stage at the moment is actually Max Gaming experiencing a ping spike. So in the venue, as opposed to T1 Challengers, which you might more expect, but that means that it'll probably be easier to resolve on site since they will have people to support the staging area from the tournament. Hopefully we'll be getting back into game shortly. Oh no, you're gonna make me do tongue twisters down? Sixth sheep's sick. That's the best I can do. That's the best I can do. Who's doing play-by-play and who's doing color casting? Kelsey is doing both. I will probably spare you to an extent my play-by-play. It's really terrible. But I will do, you know, very sophisticated stating of the letter of the ability, so QWER. You know, I'm very good at those. I have not studied up to be as exceptional as the likes of Muzel or Hysterics, who have been casting alongside us this event. Toy boat. I can't do it. I already screwed up. It's impossible. How do you play by play? It's too hard. Okay, we are back into the game. As anticipated, not too long of a pause for us. Forest farming up to the top side of the map. I remember in some of the initial notes we received that Forest would go for maybe what we would call flippy plays, so maybe T1 fit a little bit too well into the LDL environment. But in this case, we're basically just seeing him full clear, so no level 3 shenanigans, which actually allowed for Kenny Chan to show up on the top side first. Photon getting very low, and he's just going to go down here. Very exciting. So I expected Forest to be top side first, but as soon as he shows on that ward, you see Kenny Chan pulling off immediately from the camp he was doing, finishing off the Grump, and then going and taking advantage of the fact that Aurelia is trying to get the wave in very aggressively. But this is a nice counterplay from Forest coming out because of the position of the wave being as it is. he's looking for a little bit of an invade to disrupt Kenny Chan's progress. Kenny Chan's just going to look for those wolves and Forest pulling off to get the first Scuttle Crab. Obviously, the first Scuttle Crab, not as much XP and gold as some of the other ones, but still a nice pickup there, and delaying Kenny Chan's time or Kenny Chan's back when Forest has already cleared most of his jungle, all except the Krugs. It's very nice. But I think Forest probably stalled too much, a little greedy here, going for this blue buff, considering now his mid laner, his top laner is in the position where he wants to be catching this wave. If he comes down to join the skirmish, he's going to miss some XP. But he does get the wave in. Garvey only loses a few creeps as a result, and Kenny Chan picks up his blue buff. So, and then Kenny Chan is going to be the one recalling first, going for those Krugs on the bottom side of the map. Now that Garvey has been put in a good spot, Photon was basically set up a little bit further behind. It would have been nice if Garvey had gotten the kill, right? Because I assume that Kenny Chan will be spending most of the rest of the game in support of his mid lane, and then going as 2 either to bot lane to prevent dives or towards top. I think that there's a lot of situations, right, where you aren't going to have a lot of agency in either side lane, which puts a lot more pressure onto the jungle, but Kenny Chan has been one of the shining spots of this Max gaming team. Garvey playing this pretty safe, aware that Forest could still be topside. Forest kind of living up to a little bit to his reputation, playing really, really long before looking for a recall, so if he runs into Kenny Chan solo, it could be a little bit scary for him. But he is just going to rely on the vision that they have secured on topside, make the assumption that Kenny Chan is going to be pathing back up after getting his bot camps. Not looking too hard for an invade since he doesn't have pry on either side lane. Oh, Garvey almost coming in for the solo kill, and does secure that one with the flawless duet, not quite coming through. Forest just comes in to say hi, make sure that the wave gets in so that Photon doesn't end up having to come back to a lane freeze. But now Garvey is the one coming in with that kill. He has the teleport available, so he's going to be able to come back to lane pretty easily, stay on top of that wave, build up a pretty effective wave so that Photon can't all in on him, and then be pretty happy with the slight advantage that he has available. Photon having already died twice in this lane matchup, not exactly how we've seen this Aurelia and Aatrox matchup go so far in this event. Let's see how this played out just a little bit. Manages to dodge out on the flawless duet with the dash. Photon taking the brunt of 2 E's. W, repositioning Photon into the wave. And basically it's just a whack angle from here. Just manages to also burn the flash. Oh, the second flawless duet did connect, but he was already dead. Now we have Shinmo cleaning out the wave. Cleaning out this side of the jungle. I think when you're in this position with 2 side lanes that aren't too... Oh! We already are building up a stacked wave. As I said, Garvey teleporting back, trying to build out that angle. Getting the taunt off from Meds, and Photon's just not having the greatest game. He still was doing relatively well for CS, but he's losing that stacked wave now with Meds roaming up to the top lane on the Galio. I'm not quite sure how they got that set up. I was busy watching Shinmo on the creeps, on the ward, and discussing how, you know, as a jungler you have to support both sides of the map, but Meds managed to find a roam timer. It looks like he's did give up at least a wave to make that timer work. We could have yet another Garvey Aatrox game. That one where he went 7-1 and was just a complete and utter menace in top lanes. He would just do one Q1 in the middle of a fight, pop the World Ender, and then the entire enemy team would be half HP. So I think they do still have some nice tools to deal with him. After all, they do have the stun stacking, with the Sejuani passive, plus the fact that he has to all in into a situation where he might be met with basically an Azir shuffle or Kabi's hostile takeover. Toland getting flashed on, set up, and well, things aren't going quite so well for the T1 solo laners so far. Toland is doing well in the XP department, but despite the fact that you've had a priority advantage from bot lane for T1 so far, they basically just recalled there and had their support roam pretty aggressively towards mid lane, hover, look for a pick off, and make sure that Galio gets that in. So it's an easy Rift Herald secure on top of the fact that top lane is so far ahead at the moment. It is doomed. We are looking a little bit at the dominance of the LDL teams at this event. Reminder that T1 is the only Korean Challenger team left in the tournament, but they were actually the 3rd seed at the event. Despite being the 3rd seed, that was because they managed to get upset in a 3-2 series by Naxxam Red Force Challengers. So they were still under really, really high estimation from most Korean analysts, or most analysts in general looking into this event, because they finished 1st place in the regular season. So, and this is also one of Toland's signature picks. Received a significant amount of bans, his most played in the summer season. So it isn't like, you know, 3rd seeds beating up each other in an elegant fashion. T1 did actually finish 1st in the regular season and then just barely squeaked into 3rd in a 5-game series. So this could be a little bit of a dangerous situation for Meds. Manages to get out, taunts the Sejuani, but he will be able to get the stun off. It does look like Meds is going down here. Nice pickup for Toland. Once again, if Toland gets to be very effective in these fights, manages to use his ultimate extremely well, and deal a ridiculous amount of damage, then this still could be a very easy fight for T1 overall, despite the fact that they have, that Max have a fed Aatrox and a fed Wukong. Most of Max's champions are pretty short range, so Azir will have a very easy time getting a nice favorable situation as long as T1, especially this puts a lot of pressure on Cabby, manages to keep the area around neutrals cleared out, set up especially well by to prevent any kind of flank angles that Max's champions will have to get in order to make this game effective against a champion like Azir. So, because of compositional advantage, because of a bit of scaling that's available for T1, this game is definitely far from over. And even though we say, you know, Aatrox is pretty far in the lead, he has the serrated Dirk, 2 kills, the steel-plated caps, we basically are in a situation where Aurelia has managed to keep up and farm. 3 kills down. Also securing these Krugs. A nice donation from Forest. Forest wanting to get back as his bot camp spawns toward the bot side of the map. Also hovering around Dragon. It looks like that second Dragon is going to be up in about 15 seconds. Cabby has wards out, positioning, getting those set up effectively. Cabby 2 levels up as a result of this Nilo landing, and also just Shimo taking a lot of aggressive roams around the map. So this is a pretty dangerous and scary dragon to contest, since T1 already have vision set up for you. But it looks like Garvey is actually dropping the top wave in order to come to this dragon fight. So if Max can get in position, and because they know that Garvey is missing from top side, T1 suddenly just give up the control that they have. A little bit scary, a little bit wary of the Aatrox here. And the Galio. So nothing basically comes of the setup that T1 had. And Garvey uses TP to teleport back to the top side. 1 flash has to be burned by Kenny Chan over the wall, but overall, effective heist, as we say in the North American LCS. Oh! Nice play from Shimo, but a good Emperor's Divide from Shurima Shuffle comes out for Toland. Nice save. Toland doesn't even have to burn Flash. So, nice evade of Shimo's Flash engage there. My mic does strange noises. It's probably the sound of my mic picking up the laptop occasionally. I'll just move it a little bit further to the side. The LPL game schedule. LPL is already concluded for the season. So it would just be the World Championship game schedule, which you can check on lolesports.com. Alright, so how do we anticipate this game playing out? I think because T1 gave up some of the control that they had set up for that initial dragon, we're looking at a little bit more of a timid T1 than anticipated, especially given partly how this top side has gone through. Aurelia doesn't necessarily want to play in fights into a Galio, into an Alistar. That's a lot of CC for her, so she's way happier in a situation where she can side lane. So she's optimizing for that Bork Rush first. That's so common. This Worlds this year is in North America. The planned stage is starting on the 29th. They'll be played in Mexico City. And then both the group stage and the quarterfinals will be played in New York City. Following up. Yeah. Oh, Shimo looking for a flank. Plays into T1. Pretty much exactly how they want to play that. Nice ultimate coming in from the Aurelia, followed by, oh, really good angle from Meds. Doesn't connect the taunt on anyone, but that was almost chef's kiss. Instead, T1 able to just get extremely low and get out of the fight. But that's Max knocking on the T1 mid. Also, Max securing the Rift Herald. So they have that option of, despite the fact that they weren't able to do any damage to turrets really throughout the course of the early game and secure plates on those side lanes, they do have the Rift Herald now if they want to either continue to snowball the Aatrox, which makes a lot of sense to me, or push through to the bot side. There's also the option, we'll have the next dragon up probably before the Rift Herald expires, so there's also the option of dropping the Rift Herald to get priority to make sure that they secure that second dragon. Right now, though, we have Max leaning towards bot side. We still have Meds matching that Aurelia, which makes a lot of sense. So at the very least, you're going to be able to deter an all-in. But good lane assignments overall from T1. I think Azir into the Aatrox is going to be way more effective than continuing to throw the Aurelia into that side lane. Photon in the brush here. I think they don't know he's there. He's just going to try to quietly back before anyone notices him. But it also looks like the bot lane from T1, Trigger and Kabi, coming out to maybe look for a flank angle. So Photon holding his position, Bush not getting swept. I mean, you could see Meds... Meds and Kenny Chan doing a little bit of a double take, walking back as soon as Photon walks out of the brush. Remember to always use your sweeper kits. I mean, it's fully up, charged. Remember to use it. It's what it's there for. In KR Challenger and LDL, we're still learning. But it looks like Kabi is going to be using the vision pressure that they have from the top side. Toland wailing away on that turret, so they might be able to get a trade-off even just for the Rift Child. So Max keeping up the tempo, getting deep vision on the bottom side of the map. They're going to pull back for the dragon, the Hex. It will be a Hex Soul, so that's going to be a very effective soul for Max coming out. if they manage to secure it. They are, however, not quite on soul point yet, so we have a little bit of time before that becomes a threat, at least 10 minutes after this. At least. A lot can happen in 10 minutes. Azir, with the gold injection from the top T1, could be working his way to a second item. Azir on 2 items for Toland will be really, really strong in coming neutral fights. So Med's coming in for the flank, utilizing the head skates. Kenny Chan picking up, not quite picking up the blue buff. Blue buff does go over to Forest, but if I'm Kenny Chan, I'm really happy with this Gromp. Gromps are delicious. More XP, more nutrition. Max is a Chinese team. They're from the LDL, which is the secondary league. It's a 2014 league below the LPL that has both academy teams and teams like Max that don't have any LPL affiliation. Shinmo getting some vision as they pivot to push out towards the top side of the map. Because of the lane assignments that Max have had for the past, I don't know, at least 5 minutes, it's been a little bit risky. It's been in a good position for Photon, right? Because he's been able to farm relatively effectively against the Galio. Hasn't had to deal with the threat of the snowballed Aatrox. And then Aatrox has been denied a bit of farm, like going against the Azir. So, honestly, really good stall out by T1. Nice mid-game lane assignments. In general, I would say that overall, despite having a rough early game with some of the dives or some of the plays executed by Max. Wow. I see Meds on my screen and it becomes Max. By Max, we are able to see a really smart, kind of safe early game plan coming out from T1 so far that will put them in a really good position going into the next neutral fights. They also managed to secure at least 1 dragon. As I say that, Photon and Sejuani see Garvey a little bit extended on the top side. Meds isn't quite in the position for a saving heroic entrance, and Garvey will just go down there. But Max taking a little bit of Baron vision for their troubles. There's no game sound? I will see if we can get that resolved. There is game sound? Okay. So, yeah, just unclear. I actually can't quite hear what's happening or what's coming through in the feed. The sound goes directly to the broadcast, so I'll just have to take your word for it if there is game sound or not. But yeah, so T1 have been looking for small little advantages throughout, considering that there was no pressure on the rest of the map, no opportunity for any trade play to play out. Garvey being that pushed up with the rest of his teammates on top side was a bit of a risky map setup. Really good identification and capitalization from T1. They get that kill basically for free. Yeah, there's been, I think the game sound is a little bit quiet for this one in terms of the sound setup that we have. Or at least it has been throughout the event. Engage on to Sejuani with the ultimate just makes Alistair burn his ultimate in exchange. Ult for ult, not too bad. Of course, the Sejuani ultimate will be up a little bit before the Alistair ultimate, so he'll have another opportunity to look for an engage. Forest just trying to secure this line brush vision. Q's away. Kenny Chan looking for a flank. This seems a little bit desperate for Max. Not quite sure that this is exactly the fight that they want, but they do manage to get the T1 bar, HP bars a bit low. Looks like the next dragon is up, so this would be soul point for Max if they secure it. Garvey looking for a little bit of a flank angle. Kenny Chan coming through with the Hex Gates. Garvey on top of Trigger already. The stun will come through. Pops the World Ender. Nice ultimate coming out from Photon. He's probably going to be running this fight. So we do have a kill turned over from Xiaoguang, but looks like a cleanup from T1. So this is basically the mid-game. Oh, nice! Steal with the Q from Mets. Identifying that Forest is down, that there's an opportunity there, and there's no warding over the wall from T1. So Max are on their soul point, and 2 Hex Dragons is going to provide quite a little bit of extra damage in these fights. So a second wind coming out from Max, just in case. But T1 pickup, very effective. They don't have time or the ability to go for this Baron, so they're just going to have to recall here, and Max will be back out on the map, most likely before T1. So yeah, we see Garvey kind of alone by himself. The heroic entrance is channeled to come through here. Shinmo coming in. But this, basically, Vanguard's Edge from Aurelia coming down, managing to run through the rest of the Max team composition. Pretty effective in turning the fight. They started the objective with no jungle. I mean, also Kenny was a huge asset in the flank angle. You mean T1 though, I assume. Yeah, Forest being down at that point. I think T1, because they've been losing a few fights, they're afraid of coming back out on the map after Max. They're afraid of basically losing the objective to Max. Max on soul point is basically a terrible side from them. Also, just getting the Q steal from the Galio seems very unlikely. They should have at least looked for Wards of the Wall if they saw him. Just collapsed, zone him out, and then pick up the Drake. Because they had about 10 seconds left on the rest of the enemy team. So I would say that was the bigger mistake there. Shimo dropping a ward in the middle of the lane. Who's gonna use the sweeper first? T1's still in a relatively good position despite the fact that Max have secured that single Infernal and the 2 Hex Dragons. It's actually a lot of kind of small damage coming out, but it does add up with the increased value of the Drakes that came out in recent patches. So all the individual Drakes kind of accumulating, mattering a bit more, and the threat of that Hex Dragon Soul is a little bit scary, but I imagine that T1 and Max won't make a lot happen until that dragon spawns. Playing it a bit safe. Putting a lot of emphasis on getting the vision set up for the next 3 minutes. I'm honestly just kind of estimating the dragon timer. Not quite sure. Yeah, I mean, I do think, though, if Max do manage to win this game, I think T1's composition normally is just way more favorable. Plus, they had a better read on how to set up the map in mid-game, so it becomes quite scary for T1 and a little bit demoralizing going into Game 2 in that situation, because I do think that their draft is quite nice going into the situation, and they nullified some of the huge advantage from the Aatrox in the Aurelia matchup by fixing those lane assignments the way they did. I think just basically in both side lane and in team fights, T1's composition just effectively eventually outscales. The only basically wild card is the Sivir. If Sivir can manage to get into the fight, Sivir will do a ridiculous amount of damage, but otherwise, T1's composition is pretty heavily favored, and it should be really difficult for Sivir to be able to get into fights to do this damage with the composition that T1 has. Shimo actually once again forced to burn that ultimate just before the Drake spawn. So Sejuani dropping the ultimate, knowing that the cooldown will be up a little bit earlier than Alistar's. Kind of thoughtful play coming out from Forest, just in terms of that interaction there. But it's just a slight incremental advantage. Forest zoning a bit over the wall, and maybe protecting the Hex gate a bit, trying to prevent any shenanigans. And the Hex Dragon does get pulled by T1. Forest using the Q dash. Garvey looking for a flank. Kenny Chan following up. Kenny Chan might be able to... Yes, and Kenny Chan does get the steal! Follows up with the Cyclone. The World Ender coming out of Garvey. Max just doing a ridiculous amount of damage in this fight from the Hexel. Tolan tries to get out with the Emperor's Divide, but too good of a clean out. Coming up from Max. Taking that dragon. I mean, that was honestly just painful to watch, just like a little bit, but not, if you're a T1 fan, you're just not enjoying how that one played out, right? You have positional advantage on the dragon, you have the vision set up, and then you just pull it slightly out of the pit, but you don't zone, you don't have someone marking the flank, no Kabi, no Photon, no Forest, looking to zone Max up, and Kenny Chan just like casually saunters up, picks up the dragon, and then both Garvey and Kenny Chan are in the middle of that fight on the Aatrox, on the Wukong. I'm going to be very surprised if we don't see Kenny Chan picking up the MVP for this one, because honestly his flanks were fundamental in most of the fights. Managed to get that huge secure from them. The other option might be Garvey, advantage in the early game, but I think Kenny Chan with especially that level 3, level 4 jungle play, kind of sad to see coming from T1. Like I said, looking at their composition, they have a lot of options. They can answer the Aatrox in the side lane. It should be very difficult for a lot of these shorter range champions to get past Tolan's Emperor's Divide, to get past the Sejuani Aurelia combo, and to get past the threat of the hostile takeover coming out from Kabi. But we're still seeing Max just able to walk up casually, execute those angles off. We only saw them have to use the Hex gates to get creative flank angles in one fight. Otherwise, they were able to just walk directly into the 5v5 and pick up neutrals for free, pick up those types of situations. I think that T1's map setups in general were good. It's just the positioning of their champions on some of these neutrals that ends up costing them. And we do see a ridiculous amount of damage coming out from both Xiaoguang and Tolant. Like I said, I would like to see probably Kenny Chan pick up this MVP, which would put him squarely and happily tied with the top of the MVP race, for those of you who are interested in the number of MVPs secured throughout the tournament. So far we have Ching, the Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze mid laner, in the lead, but just really smart flank angles coming out from Kenny Chan this game, and just really good jungle sense in terms of putting the initial trinket ward on the enemy red buff, spotting Forest pathing out, and making a play top when he knows that Photon's struggling to get the wave in. So in general, appreciate the play coming out from him. Obviously there are a couple of other options, and we're going to eat that play that we just discussed topside. Oh no, this is a little bit later. This is probably the solo kill from Garvey coming out. So Garvey also a potential MVP option. Does manage to land most of these abilities for free. Did have to dodge out the initial flawless duet, but just picks up this kill here. This is also a smart play coming out from T1 actually. Garvey getting picked out in the side with no pressure, no other basically laner showing up. Kenny Chan looking for this really deep Hex Gate flank here, and almost getting it off, right? Just over the wall. Heroic duet coming out from meds. Keeping basically zoned slightly out of this fight, Kenny Chan was, but good pickup overall from Photon on that one. Now this was the pivotal dragon fight. You think T1, they're checking all the boxes, they're doing everything correctly, they're pulling the dragon out of the pit, but they just don't have anyone in position to zone out Kenny Chan, and he just walks up and gets the dragon for free. The World Ender is popped from Garvey. Fallout from Meds with the heroic entrance. Xiaogong managed to stay alive, Shimo standing on top of him to zone out any of the threat. And they just managed to clean this one up for a nice 5-for-0 ace. They did basically just lease drag for Max twice in a row. We might get an MVP. Sometimes we don't. We don't get an MVP coming out. But either way, we'll have the break coming up shortly. And that is break call. So I will see you all in about 5 minutes.
On the concrete, down an old alley, on the back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
觉得在半决赛这个 BO5上，我们的心态很重要。就我们整个队伍的氛围和状态都处于上升趋势吧。就赢了 T1，对我们来说会很重要。对上 T1这个上单，我希望就是赢线，然后甚至有可能单杀是最好的，对于我来说。
Okay, and welcome back. Great to hear a little bit from Max Gaming. Of course, as we both saw, that was a pretty dominant performance coming out from them. And we do see the MVP coming out for Garvey once again, the Aatrox. As soon as we saw the first highlight play being the solo kill, I had a sneaking suspicion that Garvey was going to be the MVP coming out. Not a bad choice, absolutely. Did have some clearly successful world enders, did get the solo kill off in a matchup that has been really a favorite throughout the course of the tournament so far. But, you know, good to see Garvey pick up another MVP on that Aatrox pick. I think other shoutouts, someone I didn't really mention was Shinmo in the last conversation. I think the Alistair pick was actually really huge, getting the initial pick onto Toland in the early game in the first section. And then, of course, after they do pick up that pickup, just a lot of smart flank angles coming out from Shinmo. I think in the last highlight pick we saw of the last fight, him standing on top of Xiaoguang like that, managing to zone everyone out and allow that Sivir just space to DPS and clean up the backline. Pretty important. So several members of that team, Kenny Chen, Garvey, pretty much every member of that team played relatively well that game. I think T1, very clear, solid draft strategy, just some hiccups around how they wanted to defend their vision and how they wanted to stand on top of their wards during the neutral fights. I think in general, their overall mid-game macro was a little bit smarter as well. So they got tripped up by the early game and by basically positioning around neutrals, but overall good performance by T1 in terms of just understanding the map. So there are some ways for them to take some games in this series, but looking a little bit scary since Max, I think their composition wasn't too straightforward to execute. But they are maintaining some of their bans. They are taking out the Sivir. They've decided that late game insurance is just too frustrating. And then they're first picking the Sejuani, so they're going to have the option of the Sejuani Aurelia. But here's the Draven that I expected to come out. T1 have consistently banned Draven in the KR Streamer series. They banned Draven quite frequently in the group stage as well. So I was surprised to not see the Draven ban in the game one, and so the Draven is picked in this particular one with Sivir down. The priority comes through. And then they are denying the Azir from Toland, which was his most played champion in the summer season. So Draven, Azir, a fair amount of zoning potential coming out. I think Draven might be a little bit risky to pick into a first pick Sejuani. There's a lot of champions that you can still pick that make it annoying for the Draven. You have the Nautilus option. If you go for like a lot of heavy bruisers and you get on top of Draven and get the stuns down, then it does become difficult for him to navigate these fights. So still options available for T1, even though that Draven pick has been so effective, especially for these LDL teams. Max, Evergaming Youth, Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze, all finding a lot of success with them. But they're picking the Aphelios into it, so this is once again what we expected from T1. We expect either the Sivir or the Aphelios to come out. Very common picks for Trigger. So we'll see what the final answer is. I assume, the Aatrox coming through, because they can pick the Aatrox and then ban the Aurelia on 4-5 to deny the Sejuani Aurelia counter option. So I would expect like the Aurelia ban followed by, I don't know, maybe they look for like a Jax ban or a Renekton ban. Oh, they already banned Renekton. Never mind. Don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. I can read. But yeah, so those will be options. I think they can also deny some like hard CC options from support to allow Draven to more easily get fed. Both are angles banning the Vi, interestingly enough. I think I don't necessarily want to pick a Vi into a composition like this one, especially without the heroic entrance follow-up. But going into a Sejuani melee comp with a Vi with a bunch of tanky bruisers is a lot less appealing than going into something like a Zeri composition with a Vi. They do ban the Renata, so they're looking for all-in. Basically, Renata is a champion that can deny the always forward mentality of a Draven Aatrox composition. So yeah, basically, chat, you are my co-caster today, as Hysterix is pointing out. That's where we are. So, alright, Kenny Chan picking up that Wukong again. That has been, I'm actually surprised to see the Wukong priority fall so low in this draft. It's been a very common first pick throughout the event. Really good flank angles from him, but they're denying the Renata first, so it's very easy for him to get into those fights with the Cyclone Strike. And then Nart picked into the Aatrox, so that's also a common matchup that we've seen into the Aatrox, but if Nart doesn't get an effective advantage from the early landing phase, like poster ability, having a lot more HP, and then being able to trade HP even if he doesn't position perfectly, and maintain the range on the Aatrox early levels before he gets extra points in Q. Basically, we're looking for that matchup to come through. I think for me, the most interesting thing here is just how hard Max are committing to this like all-in style of composition. They're going for the Nautilus, they're going for the Amumu, looking for these even Shroud champions that create such an effective space to do a lot of damage in. But interestingly enough, we've got Tom Kench looking for a little bit of a debate for the Aphelios. Also, Tom Kench into the Nautilus, pretty effective in the laning phase itself. Tom Kench isn't quite the lane bully he used to be, but you can still get some good engages, some good denials, prevent Draven from securing that cash out bonus and snowballing ridiculously hard. For me, if I'm looking at these drafts, I'm expecting the hero to sort of have to be the Aphelios, because so many champions for Max Gaming looking for an all-in angle against T1's AD carry. Trigger trying to trigger with his previous LPL experience on Victory 5, trying to prove that he knows that if you pick Aphelios in LPL, or if you pick Aphelios in LDL, everyone will run at you. You can pick up some free kills with the snares, with the blue guns, you know. Just enjoy yourself. And then, of course, so basically looking at this draft, it's very effective if T1 wants the enemy champions to come into them. But Max do have the Azir this time around, so they're not completely indexed into this all-in composition identity. They do have the option of creating more space for the Azir to carry in the late game. I think that, in general, looking at these drafts, I have the memory of the Goldfish art. Look, it's the duck. Excellent. We've got the duck on the Rift. But I think looking at these drafts overall, we're in a pretty good position for both sides of the game. I slightly favor Max's draft. I think that Meds is throwing down the gauntlet since Toland has had such excellent performances on this Azir, saying, you know, I can do it too. This is our featured matchup of the day, the mid lane matchup. Meds, young rookie player starting off, this is his first LDL team. Looking very impressive in this tournament so far. Probably one of my favorite players to watch in this event. Just especially loving the Galio games that I've seen. Really, really smart, intuitive flank angles. Able to get into the middle of the fight and just land multi-man taunts. But we'll see. I think this shouldn't be such a straightforward game for a Draven to snowball in. I think that they have a few good answers. Harder to position too far forward against the Aphelios Tahm Kench. You might have a little bit of a Draven desperation angle, trying to play hard for... Oh no! Tolan missing the initial connect. Taking some free harass from Eds, though he does have quite a bit of sustain on his W, so he's not too upset about it. Kenny Chan pathing down, looking to support the Draven side of the mat. Whereas we're getting priority, as we discussed in the Gnar Aatrox matchup, and Forrest is just happy to... Oh, Forrest is also pathing down. A little bit of a risky situation here, but looking at the support matchup, Tahm Kench versus Nautilus, has the potential to be a pretty volatile lane. Kenny Chan may be slightly ahead because he did skip that Crux camp. Puts a ward down behind the dragon, looking for this flank angle. He should be spotted going in for this. But nice cook coming out from Shimo. Kabi should just go down here. And the wave's in a little bit of a rough position for Trigger as well. This is a really good start coming out for Max. Not enough time to react to that. I thought perhaps Sejuani would look for wards before clearing the bot camps. Forrest took a little bit longer on the top camps than before. Usually as Sejuani, you want to basically look for your AoE clear camps first, not necessarily... let's see... your solo target camps. Kenny Chan is too smart, man. Kenny Chan, twice, 2 games in a row now, Kenny Chan has been able to sort of read the situation, read the enemy jungle path, and get a gank off just before a wave crash. So when the enemy laners are in a compromising position, that type of thing is a little bit difficult to teach a jungler to read, and it's usually something that a lot of rookie junglers spend a lot of time studying. It's just like the lane states. At what point in the game is the wave about to crash, or the wave in certain matchups at threat of crashing and needing jungle support? And he's been able to read 2 situations like that really well so far this series. So good performance coming out from Kenny Chan in general. We can really start to understand why he's number 2 on the MVP leaderboard at the moment, tied currently, of course, with Leave from Edward Gaming Youth for the 2nd spot. Alright, a little bit of a chain connecting onto Photon, but just hops right out of there. Gets the hyper proc. Alright, so Garvey with a little bit of sustain on his kit, managing to get the Q. Photon could be in danger. Manages to hop away again. But looking at the positioning of this wave, it's not quite a freeze. It should bounce back. But, you know, you can now see where Kenny Chan is positioned. If Kenny Chan stays a little bit further, this could turn into a bit of a scuffle, especially with Photon so low HP. Has to burn the flash. Oh no, and it is just a solo bolo for Garvey, looking to make it 3 Aatrox games between quarterfinals and semifinals, and 3 MVPs between quarterfinals and semifinals. It is just looking like a top gap for our friend Garvey at this point in the series. Aatrox is balanced, right? Can I get an Aatrox is balanced in the chat, everyone? Alright, Kenny Chan looking to loom over here, but it'll probably just be an angle to clear out the wards. Maybe get a good reset in or farm a Grump. Oh, we're looking at these chickens. They look juicy. Oh, Shimo caught out in the tri-brush. This will be the first kill going over for T1. Nice pickup from Forrest. 2 Shurima shuffles exchanged in the middle. Kenny Chan in position to follow up, but Forrest just gonna zone us off. Zone the 2v2 off. Oh, nice flash connect from the Q, but I don't think it should turn into... Oh, okay. Tolan from downtown, guys. I did not expect the Q range to be that good. Too insane. Nice proc coming off from that one. On to passive. Well, T1 clapping back. The Sejuani Silas combo, relatively potent, could be the key to saving the game, saving the series for them. So far, Max's Xiaoguang still comfortably stacking some adoration here and there. Looking for a nice cash in. Is Nar technically considered a Yordle? I thought that he was like a hybrid caveman thing. Not quite Yordle, not quite beast. Alright, the wave on bot side stacking up a bit for T1. They'll be wanting to get this cannon in so that they can migrate up and maybe look for a Rift Herald contest. So at the moment, considering the position of the junglers on the bot side, this could be a little bit of a contested wave. You see the assist pings coming out. T1 know that this is the time to get the bot wave in so that their support can roam first to the Rift Herald. Looks like Forest feels assured in the victory. Manages to pull the Rift Herald out. Silas also roaming first. This should go over to T1. Looks like Max will probably just stay bot with these with the creep wave. Maybe pummel a bit at some turret platings. If you think a little bit about where T1 can use this Rift Herald, there's not really a straightforward lane where they have a ton of wave clears, so you'd expect some support coming out on the bot side of the map and then just looking to get deep vision after a mid 2v2 into walking into the enemy jungle and then dropping Rift Herald to zone off Xiaoguang and Shinmo and just make the Draven extremely less effective and start stacking those plates onto trigger. Can also potentially use it mid, since very commonly, if there's not a lot of easy priority coming out from one team, and you know that the enemy mid laner is a strong control mage, you just drop it mid, grab a couple of plates, and hope to chip away at a turret that's usually hard to get to in the middle of the lane with so much wave clear coming out from the Azir. I sound much better. I mean, all I did was I actually am using a worse mic, ironically. I'm using a non-dynamic mic, which is the mic that I've used for most situations. I also slightly adjusted the position of my laptop on my desk, but otherwise, that's about it. This is my cheap mic. This is the mic that I acquired from Travis Gafford Industries many, many years ago. When it was at that time called Yahoo Esports. Throwbacks. Alright, here we go. Max managing to get set up on this Drake finally. Looks like we'll get the first Drake pulled out at 10 minutes in. No teleport shenanigans available for Garvey this time. And we do see the Rift Herald being dropped mid against the Azir, as we kind of predicted. Forest might look for the steal. No revenge steal coming out for the Sejuani, but there is a bit of a fight. Kenny Chen getting into the middle. The disengage coming out for the Emperor's Divide. Xiaoguang still alive, looking desperately for that first cash in. Not going to get it. T1 grabbing multiple kills. Tolan cleaning house. 3 kills picked up in that fight. Excuse me, 2, I think, because he already had one. But, you know, nice small correction. Apparently, you know, short range compositions win. But yeah, I think it was just a little bit of a desperation coming out from Max, really trying to at least, like, looking at all these low health bars, right? But if you also look at how Kabi and Forrest played that fight out. Basically, you're in a position where you're constantly zoning out targets, keeping Xiaoguang from getting on top of the lower HP potential targets, and keeping that effective. Also, numbers advantage coming out for T1 in that fight. Slight numbers advantage. And the Sejuani passive constantly proccing on good targets. Just a lot of AoE also from Sylas passive. A lot of good things for T1 in basically an early dragon fight. Azir not quite even completed one item yet, so Med's not as effective in these early skirmish fights as Sylas will be. Right now, as Draven, you're feeling a little bit sad, a little bit poor. Having just lost your adoration stacks in that fight as well. Trigger knows what these LPL fights are like. Everyone runs at each other and Aphelios wins. Oh, Meds with Swoop the Whoop. But Forrest is supporting Toland here, so nothing should come of it. Cabby also, maybe we'll look for a 3-man flank, but there's no wave available, so... And then Shimo and Xiaoguang coming to the rescue right now. Clearing out a little bit of vision so that Meds feels safe to push out in this lane. I'm wondering if Max is starting to think, you know, maybe we should have gone for something that wasn't the Azir. Something that's not going to take us 2 items to be effective. It's not the way that they've been winning games. It's just the clear trickery coming out from T1 is forcing them to pick the Azir here. Alright. We have Max initiating the first back here. We have Rift Herald about to respawn. T1 getting positional advantage, looking to clear out a little bit of vision. Max already have 3 pinks around the area. Rift Herald looking mighty delicious. It does look like Whirling Death comes out just maybe for a little bit of vision. T1 should get this wave in before the Rift Herald spawns. Force will probably just pull that right away is my assumption. Though Max does have some nice vision around, so if they wanted to try to contest it, they could. I don't know if they necessarily should, but you know, it's an option. Here we go, coming in. Med's getting a lot of poke on to Photon. Photon about to get that Mega Gnar, so Max using the opportunity, seeing him back, zoning him out of that to kind of take advantage of the Rift Herald. Rift Herald does reset. Toland could be in trouble. This could be a delicious shutdown for a member of Max Gaming. Ideally, they'd want to get it onto Xiaoguang, but he's just not in position to pick it up. So they are chasing. Toland managing to get out. Not FCC. Nice Abyssal Voyage by Kabi. Forrest low HP now as well. Toland doesn't connect the E onto anyone. So a lot of low HP bars. No one goes down. You can feel the tension around the Rift Heralds. But T1, more like full HP bars, positional advantage on the Rift Herald. Max still wanting to contest this though. This could be an interesting fight from Toland. Nice stopwatch coming out from Shinmo. And finally we get a kill for, well, we get a kill for Aatrox. Do not manage to donate that over to Xiaoguang. Xiaoguang goes down. Photon cleaning up the Mega Gnar is now finally online. Garvey also goes down. T1 coming in through with a vengeance. I don't know if they wanted to come back and get that. I think the first look onto Toland was good, but once that doesn't come through, and you have a lot of low HP bars, and you're having to basically come from both sides, it's not quite the angle you want. We're starting to see and feel the pressure coming out from that Silas with the great escapes possible. I think this part of the fight is way less interesting to watch, but we will see the replay. Kenny Chen forced to flash out as soon as he goes back in. Doesn't manage to win this Smite fight. Photon with the Meganar onto both Xiaoguang and Meds. The carries mows them down. And then just triggering Gabi, cleaning up Garby, the Aatrox Menace. The once Aatrox Menace. It's just a blue side supremacy angle, guys. Range doesn't matter. It's all about running at people aggressively. Okay, Whirling Death comes out. Still no kill comes through for Xiaoguang. Nice Meganar onto 3. Garvey pops the World Ender. Finally, Xiaoguang with a cash-in. Double kill for the Draven, turning the fight around. Garvey, full Eclipse completed, managing to zone out multiple members, but has to run at this point. Probably will go down with the stun for Forest. Or the knockup for Forest, I should say. And, you know, not the worst fight overall for Max. They did manage to get 2 kills onto their Draven. Obviously, he doesn't have quite as many adoration stacks as he would have earlier to pick that up. But looking at Trigger, 7, 0, and 7 on this Ophelio. So now we can really see why T1 prioritized this pick so much. Forrest going very, very low HP, but still manages to get out of the fight thanks to the ETH from Kabi. Xiaoguang cleaning up, managing to walk ever forward, but Toland does engage onto him and manages to get him to go down. Med's not able to target Forest, standing on that pink ward in the line brush. And, yeah, Garvey by himself. Still, like I said, not the worst fight for Max, but not the greatest either, looking at where the gold distribution went for T1. This is looking like a potential MVP game for our friend Trigger. Getting a little bit of revenge on his former region. This could be T1's first victory against an LDL team so far in the event. We're not going to get too far ahead of ourselves, but it is a 5k gold lead. Garvey being zoned out. Can't even eat the wolves in peace, guys. Completely destroyed. Rift Herald takes bot T2. Some more gold going on to Photon. Getting another crash off from the Rift Heralds. 20 minutes into this game, looking like an extremely dominant performance for T1. Well, looks like Max not able to get the Draven into a position to pick up any cash-ins. Draven not really able to outplay the situation, so yeah. I mean, T1 with the first pick Sejuani, and Max still confidently picking the Draven. T1 demonstrating why they didn't ban it in the series despite having banned it so frequently throughout the rest of the tournament. They've managed to put their heads together, rack their brains in a little bit of the break, and come up with a good strategy to deal with it. So, also the Sejuani priority coming out for them didn't seem to make the most sense in game 1, but Forrest has actually been extremely disruptive in a lot of these fights throughout the course of game 2. And Azir not looking as impressive for Meds as it has looked for Toland in the past. These games going to these very scrappy face-first fight scenarios. Neither team spacing or using terrain exceptionally well or using range exceptionally well. can see why Sejuani seems like such an effective pick in the Asian Star Challengers Invitational. It is fair to say that Photon was actually seen as a shining star domestically, so the Aatrox matchup is just pretty difficult for almost any champion to deal with. And I think in the first game, you saw a lot of strength coming out from Kenny Chen to support that laning phase, and then despite going down 2 kills, I would say that Photon actually still managed to stay relatively competitive in farm and have a decent impact in at least one of the fights. Basically, I would say that the Vanguard's edge coming out from the Aurelia of Photon in Game 1 was one of the bright spots of T1 in the previous game. As we say that, Photon getting the solo kill onto Meds in the side lane, I would say that's the reverse of the caster curse, you know? Photon just like doing me a solid there while I try to talk him up a bit. Alright, but T1 taking advantage of the fact that Meds went down in that side lane, starting to rush this Baron. They have pinks on either side of now, and they've learned their lesson from the previous game. Kabi with the Initiate, Abyssal Voyage, cleans up a kill onto Shimmo, doesn't let Max get anywhere near enough to the pit for a potential steal. Kabi zoning very adamantly, looking for Kenny Chen, spots him. The Acquired Taste goes on, picks him up, delivering him now for Toland to pick up that kill. Second kill goes over onto Toland as well. I don't know how you guys are feeling, but I'm anticipating a potential Sylas ban here. I think the Sylas Sejuani combo has just been extremely effective, and Sylas was banned in Game 1. But really nice to see over the course of a 5-game series like this, when some mistakes were made about zoning out the enemy team when you're on an objective and trying to secure it, and then in the next game, immediately you're capping. You're like, no, this is not happening again. We are not allowing this. I think perhaps the adaptation to go from a champion that can initiate a little bit better than the Renata, can go phase first into these fights, is making Kabi look just that much stronger for T1. He's also had some very clutch ultimates in these fights. Save members of his team, both Trigger and Photon, owing him quite a bit. Alright, Garvey getting out of dodge there, as we see. Way less Hexgate shenanigans that game. That's my main criticism here. There we go. Deep behind enemy lines with that Hexgate, but managing his escape nonetheless. Alright, let's see what Max have planned for their last stand attempt here. Garvey getting a little bit of damage on the Toland, but nice steal of the Emperor's Divide. Max counters with his own Emperor's Divide, not nearly as effective, and a kill onto Toland coming through for Xiaoguang. I don't think it will amount to that much though. Photon, deep in the enemy base, manages to trigger the Meganar Forest on top of Kenny Chen. And then, there we are. That should be game for T1. The wave coming through on top side, they still have a little bit of Baron buff left. And we've got ourselves, I won't say it, but you can fill in the blanks. T1 closing out game 2 strong, utilizing that Baron buff Only Garvey left alive in the fountain with that World Ender, his once powerful pick. T1 cleaning up and taking it home. Alright, excellent play from both teams so far winning a game. Blue side remains undefeated in the semifinals. Blue side just too powerful. I think when you have an LDL or a Challengers team or any type of developmental team like this, it's very common that you use like a first pick to create compositional identities and to teach compositional identities and for everyone to learn those as a team. So seeing like just straightforward team play coming out with like the first pick Sejuani into, all right, we're going to pick a lot of melee champions here and adapt to their draft with that in mind so that we really know how to play out these fights together as a unit. Really using Sejuani plus Silas to set up and pick up some of those early skirmishes in mid lane and then snowball those into the side lanes a bit. Aphelios as a very clear identity. Enemy team picks Aatrox, Draven early. We know that they're going to come into us. All of that works very well. Very simple compositional elements that manage to come through for T1 and allow them to execute cleanly. So we'll see how it comes through. I think also just the interest in denying the Azir and then also taking those early skirmishes before the Azir items come through. You're as a Wukong Azir on a basically elements of your Ludens, you're not going to do that well compared to the like early power from Sejuani and Silas. So Forrest and Toland definitely getting the better of them in these early skirmishes that Max probably just shouldn't have opted into straight up. And then despite Kenny Chen having good map pressure and good understanding of how to play the side lanes early, just not seeing as many of those good angles. And honestly, okay, we are going to get a little bit of the replay of the solo kill. Flash burn and then no flash available, turns back to look for an auto and Garvey just cleans up. Alright, disengage in the Shurima shuffle. Even Kavi, I think, probably for me, this game, like, Kavi was the unsung hero. Was constantly in a strong position, zoning out, big threats from fights. A couple that I can remember, really smart, basically, ultimates being used. Abyssal Voyage, clips Garvey there, Trigger takes him down, easy stuff. And then of course I think basically, honestly Photon had a really good game outside of the solo kill. Looked a little silly, but a lot of great Meganar ultimates like that, for example. Just a few fight-winning plays. Shurima Shuffle not really amounting to anything. Garvey not receiving a lot of support from meds here. Probably because he's so squishy that one snare with the purple gun and he's down. This was just really smart. They immediately go over the wall. Knock out Shinmo. And then we see this play. I don't remember this play quite as clearly as some of the other ones. Toland basically just taking too much damage and managing to get killed in the end with the whirling death. And then Shimo not quite connecting the dredge line. Oh no. They got a little overzealous. But at this point in the game, right, you are feeling the desperation and the pressure of, oh, we got one kill, we need to go for it, right? We need to force this 4v5. But trying to play just like outside of their base, not remembering how much damage that Aphelios does. We will probably have a break coming up in a second and then get our MVP, which I am always excited for the MVP. I am an avid follower of the MVP race in this particular game, so I care a lot. So when you have a developmental tournament, the most valuable player is the most important award because the teams are not going to get promoted to big series. Oh, we're getting the MVP right away here, and it is Forrest with that Sejuani first pick, setting up and enabling his team in a lot of these fights. Really good targeting and zoning from him. We talked a lot about Cabby when we looked at the replays, but when we looked at the fights themselves initially, he just had very good positioning, keeping himself between his damage dealers and any impending threats. So I think him and Cabby, for me, just did a lot of damage that a lot of people wouldn't necessarily recommend or identify. So good to see him pick up a little bit of love there, especially since he has a reputation of a bit of a flipper among people who enjoy and watch a lot of KRCS. So big fan of that one. Just a little nod to the jungler, especially since I think Kenny Chan has outperformed him in the early games every once in a while. And with that, we will see you all in 5 minutes for Game 3 of Max Gaming versus Q1 Challengers.
Down an old alley on a back street, hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
생각하기에는 LPL 중국 쪽 정글러들이 다 교전을 잘하고 다 과감하게 게임을 잘 이끄는 것 같아요. 말려도 잘 풀어가는 것 같고 맥스 팀에 대해서는 저희가 맥스 팀도 굉장히 잘하는 팀이지만 저희가 더 잘한다 생각해서 저희가 실수만 안 하면 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. I believe that was a few words from Photon, the T1 top laner. Very exciting to hear from him after his NAR performance in that previous game. We are looking forward to see who's going to pick up match points in the next game. After all, we are both teams 1 point away from match point. Both teams only 1 win apiece. Will it be a blue side win just for the rest of the tournament? I'm less interested in your predictions on who wins the next game and more interested in your predictions on the T1 and Max draft adaptations. If we're going to see potentially a Silas ban, potentially a Sejuani ban again. I'm guessing that T1 feel relatively confident in their ability to deal with Xiaoguang's Draven. I think definitely... Oh! Max are the ones bringing out the Draven ban, banning both the Kalista and the Draven, despite the fact that I would say that Triggers had relatively low priority on both champs, preferring to play either the Sivir or the Aphelios. Silas also taken off the table, and Yuumi first picked out of the bunch. So Vi's still up. We'll see if T1 goes for that pickup. Could very well be the situation, but the first pick for the Wukong, this is going to be the 3rd game of 3 that Kenny Chan has played Wukong. I'm still very much insisting on this pick. I would say that in game 1, his performance on the Wukong pick was quite immaculate. There we go. As anticipated, when T1 have had to ban 80 carries in this event, they've gone mostly for the Sivir. So, Sivir Azir, the preferred carry champs for both Trigger and Toland locked in on red side. It looks like we have Xiaoguang throwing down the gauntlet with the Lucian Nami to try to snowball the laning phase. So we're going to look for a very early game focused draft from Max, is my anticipation, to avoid dealing with the Azir-Sivir combo. Makes sense. That has definitely been their strongest phase of the game so far. Their ability to just look for these snowballs, I would say, especially in group stage. They were doing best when they could get snowball advantages. But looking at this composition, right, you have Sivir, Lulu, Azir, just not looking very good for them if they aren't able to get an enormous lead in the early laning phase. Of course, though, most of the champions are squishy, so if you're going for like a straight lethality Lucian, you manage to get a kill here or there, you still do a lot of damage to a lot of these squishy pickups. Like, it's not so straightforward that you get completely and immediately outscaled, but just the raw amount of damage available for the T1 carries is a little bit daunting. I think so we've got the Vi ban coming out. Interesting that Max go for the Vi ban. I guess they didn't end up going with the Yuumi first pick, so they're just banning the Vi to take it off the table. Potentially a strong pick into a lot of these enchanters or squishier picks like the Nami, or more mobile picks like the Lucian, because you can lock them down with the ultimate. And then, of course, some of the common counters into the Azir, the assassin picks, taken off the table. Talia also no longer available. That's been a very, very common choice for Meds. I wonder if he'll just go immediately back to the Galio, which is what he did in game 1, to try to get the snowball going. You go in with the Cyclone from Wukong, follow up with a heroic entrance. Interesting that they deny the Sejuani. This does not look like a very Sejuani friendly draft so far with 3 range champions chosen. But you never know. The Trundle pick is quite nice. It was denied in both previous games in the ban phase. That said, there isn't straightforward engage coming out from T1. They just have the on the hunt and then Trundle hobbling over to whoever they're going for. So they can look for something like maybe an Ornn or... but I don't know if you necessarily want to go for something that's not going to have lane priority if you're already opting into the Sivir. Not the Sivir matchup into Lucian Nami. Corki picked for Max, maybe to give them a little bit of late game insurance. I basically see the fact that the enemy team has no guaranteed lockdown, right? The fact that we've banned the Vi, and then they go for the Ornn. So actually Max picking up some scaling just in case the Lucian Nami lane doesn't quite like work out or get as effective of a snowball as they would like. So suddenly with these choices, the Vi ban, some of the guaranteed lockdown taken off the table, and the fact that the T1 picked Trundle, you know, Max's draft is looking a little bit more solid. But Photon finally able to get on top of the Aatrox, get that Aatrox pick into his hands, see if he can show up Garvey in this 3rd game. Should be a favorable position for him to be in. Ornn isn't too unsafe because he does have the ability to clear wave to stall out crashes, but Aatrox still should be able to get an advantage in this lane. Especially considering I'm expecting a lot of attention to be focused on bottom lane with the Lucian Nami combo. So, going into the next game, I don't know what you guys are expecting to see, but I am excited to see if Photon can basically put this together, put in a ton of pressure on the top side of the map and get snowballed in order to counteract what's going to be most likely happening on bot lane with the Lucian and Nami. Of course, Sivir still has a lot of tools available, W and a Q to clear out the creep waves pretty effectively. Overall, looking forward to seeing what comes out of this game, seeing who takes home the match points. I assume we'll get into the game shortly. Looks like we have a little bit of anticipation loading in here. I like grass. Grass is excellent, Miss MZ Behaven. I like watching grass growing. It's the documentary on photosynthesis, pretty exciting and engaging from my perspective. So T1 is not on stage at this tournament because only this tournament is taking place in China. Due to some travel restrictions, only the LDL teams are appearing on stage. So T1 playing remotely from what I assume is their base. So no cameras available for T1 from that perspective, since this is a remote broadcast. So T1 and Trigger and Kabi looking to stand in the brush here, waiting for... see if they can get a little bit of cheese shenanigans coming out for Lulu Poke. I don't necessarily think it'll happen, but I think they're spotting Shimo on that ward most likely. Which draft do I think is better? I think that both drafts have some pretty interesting options. I slightly... the thing that really prevents me from thinking that T1's draft is better is just the fact that they don't have a lot of hard engage options available. So they won't necessarily be able to lock down the Lucian or the Corki. And if Corki gets to a point where Corki's just like doing a ridiculous amount of damage, there's not a lot of clear answer to the Corki. Otherwise, I think T1's draft is pretty strong. Like having the Trundle Aatrox frontline with the Azir Sivir. It's just that lacking some of the lockdown that Ornn can provide is not going to be as good, especially since most of your champions are pretty squishy, so Lucian doesn't necessarily get completely outscaled in terms of damage. Just the fact that Sivir will have a ridiculous amount of wave clear is going to be a little bit annoying to deal with. So far, both of the bot and mid lane are going in favor of T1. Doing a bit of damage here and there. Looking like they're trading a little bit better. Definitely expected in the mid lane. And Lulu level 1 is pretty strong against Nami, actually. A lot of people deceptively expect the Lucian Nami to do really well right off the bat, but... Alright, Garvey flashing away from the Aatrox Q. Might take a little bit of magic to get out of this one, but he does manage. Forrest still has that Trundle Pillar available. It's just gonna keep whacking on this one. Knows that Garvey has no flash. Oh, nice use of the Trundle Pillar from Forrest to interrupt the E. And secures that kill. Excellent play from T1 so far. Yeah, it's T1 Challenger, but technically serves the same function as an Academy team. Whereas Max is basically an LJL team. If you're just now tuning in, this is Asia Star Challengers Invitational Semifinals between T1 and Max Gaming. The Asia Star Challengers Invitational is a tournament that's similar to the ERLs, except for the fact that instead of regional leagues, they're inviting the basically independent region teams, which are LJL's Academy teams, the VCS.B teams, PCS Academy teams, Korean Challenger teams, and the LDL. So 5 regions competing in this tournament, plus 2 streamer teams were invited along for the ride. There are only 3 teams left. This is Max and T1, and then Edward Gaming Youth have already secured their place in the grand final. So, with the result of this series, we'll either get a rematch of the lower bracket final between Max Gaming and Edward Gaming Youth, or we will get a preview of the World Championship group stage between Edward Gaming Youth and T1 Challengers. So, good times. Kenny Chan being chased out of his jungle. Priority on both mid and bot lane has allowed Forrest to basically do what he wants in the jungle. Plus the Trundle being favored in the jungle matchup, just in the straight up 1v1. Twine getting the wave in. Med's probably going to lose at least a few creeps for this, but it is a creep, so it's good moment to recall if you have to recall while losing a wave. Let's see. It's like Lucian has picked up the serrated Dirk, so after Kenny Chan clears up the Gromp and pass towards the bot side to pick up Krugs and red buff, can maybe start bullying this bot lane a little bit more effectively. Trigger getting poke off with the ricochet. A little bit of a slow start, but both teams are sort of kind of content to play a bit of the scaling game. So not anticipating a significant amount of shenanigans, but the topside advantage that was secured by Forrest making that play is pretty nice for Photon so far. Especially since that lane has gone over effectively to Garvey in early game already, even with Photon able to keep up and farm. Alright, Meds. I think with the Lucian Nami, unless they get a pick off of Kenny Chen. Kenny Chen flashes the Emperor's Divides. Meds able to drop with the basic Valkyrie in, and many of Max's members are still relatively high HP here. Lucian Nami still pretty threatening in this fight. No summoners on the T1 bot lane, either the AD carry or the support, so it's a little bit risky for T1 to challenge this here. Poke is already pretty brutal coming out of Meds. Meds taking a little bit of extra harass from the Dragon. It's not what you like to see. Toland Zizir already showing effective fights, but Kenny Chen does manage to come away with the Smite Steal, so good contest for Max. A little bit messier than you would expect for the side of the game with the Lucian Nami, but I do manage to take it out, and Summoner's burn for T1 can definitely pay dividends if Kenny Chen decides to visit the bot lane. Max is part of the LDL. The LDL kind of, again, like the ERL, so I'm going to make a lot of ERL comparisons. Kind of like the E regional leagues, has a combination of both academy teams and just independent organizations. So Max Gaming is an independent organization within the LDL, mixed in with some of the LPL academy teams. So both the first and second seed were LPL Academy teams. You had Fun plus Phoenix Blaze and Edward Gaming Youth, but third seed was Max. Yep. And then the fourth team coming out from the LPL region was the Huya streamer team, which is just a like fan favorite streamer team. Kind of like a Twitch rivals, if you will. So even though we can say that potentially T1's bot lane is vulnerable because of the massive amount of wave clear coming from Sivir's Q and W, it's not quite that scary for them. But Max do end up having first move from their bot lane onto this Rift Herald. So they can make this a little bit scary for T1 to contest. Ornn does have the ultimate available, so can stall out plenty of time with a knockup. Here comes the engage onto Forest, and it is lights out for the Trundle. Photon pops the World Ender, still doing a ton of damage, but they do disengage from the Rift Herald, knowing that Lucian, Nami are up here. But this could end up being a good trade-off for T1 because Max have just basically used all of those ultimates to disengage from the Rift Herald and only secure one kill. Meanwhile, Sivir is picking up 2 plates, basically. From the bottom lane, and Rift Herald is still not secured on this Lucian Nami room. So I think overall it feels pretty good for T1 to get 2 plates onto their Sivir, even if it means the death of Forest in exchange for 2 ultimates. Garvey also did burn flash. Alright, Meds does have package for this contest though. Both bot lanes kind of coming here. I think they'll probably try to initiate a fight regardless of the Rift Herald contest. Emperor's Divide coming in, disengaging Meds from the fights. Nice culling positioning, eliminates Sivir right away. Kavi goes down as well. Double kill for Lucian, finally picking up some of that much needed gold. Meds also doesn't go down, so nice package to effectively zone out multiple members of T1. The Rift Herald, however, does go over to T1, so they have that option. The top T1, excuse me, I need to stop saying T1. Top turret. Okay, let's watch how this is going. So they basically decided to play for the fight since the Rift Herald was already extremely low. Tola gets Meds out of the fight, but he already created a lot of the zoning potential with the Valkyrie. And then nice culling onto Xiaoguang, basically just targets trigger. But like the result ultimately is that Forest for T1 did pick up that Rift Herald. If you look at how low the top turret is, just basically a few auto attacks away from being just 2 plates. That's something that they can potentially look for. I'm still expecting, because it's very common to see in both like KRCS and LDL, the Rift Herald's used for either bot lane gold injections or just getting plates from mid. Alright, Photon's just gonna whack away at this turret regardless. Feeling himself a bit. Proxying that wave. Extending his lead a little. Both teams know that both junglers are focused around bot side of the map. Aatrox gets the wave in and does a short little roam. They see him on a ward, so Max knows that they have basically limited time to contest this. But Garvey's following up with the ultimate. This might just be a 50-50 smite angle, which so far has gone over to Pennington quite a bit. But Force does pick it up. Culling forces Tolan to flash. Or an ultimate from Garvey. Basically, only slightly clips trigger with the spell shield. Oh, nice flash from Photon. He could get both meds. And Shogwang out from this. Fight going over well to T1, so they're just playing this out extremely well. Positional advantage on the Dragon. Hold their angle, especially after game 1. This could be our first red side win in the Asian Star Challengers Invitational Semifinals. Meds immediately eliminated by the Aatrox Q. Photon definitely demonstrating why most current Challenger Series analysts and pundits have him placed as the highlight of the team. Despite Tolan's overall strong performances, Photon kind of stealing the show here a bit these last 2 games, at least in the teamfight angle, teamfight phase. And then of course Photon this game around have a very potent laning phase. Yeah, this entire tournament has been solo casted so far. So that's generally what you come to expect. The grand finals will be, I believe, actually I'm not quite sure what date the grand finals is. Check the schedule. But that will be cast by Hysterics. It'll just be him, as Forrest takes a few whacks at Shinmo and brings him down. But the grand finals will be the winner of this series against Ever Gaming Youth. And that will take place on Sunday, the 25th. I know I'm excited to watch that one, but we are still in this semifinal series right now. Max still have some options available. As long as Meds can pick up a package, they can still get into some of these fights. Lucian has the Gale Force available if he manages to get into a position in the fight where he can either use the culling against Trigger or get a full combo off with the W passive, E passive, Q. Could eliminate either Toland or Trigger from the fight pretty effectively. So, still options available from Max. They're not completely out of this game yet. Of course, it does feel a little bit like Med's build is significantly behind at this point. Still doesn't have a completed item available against Toland's Leandries and Sork Shrews. Oh, there we are. There's the Miramana coming through. I do like the Ravenous coming out second from him. He has package to threaten for this Rift Herald. The Nami ultimate comes down. Forest immediately eliminated. Toland going to be locked on as well, but Meds is disengaged. Aatrox, Photon, full HP, can rip through this fight. Shimo cannot escape. Garvey is going to be the next target. Dies before Photon can even get in range. Victim of trigger. Yep, looks like, you know, Photon throwing the gauntlet a bit, saying to Garvey, anything you can do, I can do better. Alright, Xiaoguang does manage to take out Forest, but Culling doesn't, connects onto Tolan primarily, but Photon and Trigger are just full HP still. The Lulu shield and the speed allows Trigger to stay on to Garvey. Photon's thinking about it. You can see he's like, this is my kill. Still has the Q3 available, but Garvey goes down before he's able to get up to any shenanigans. Photon flashing, trying to get the W on the Meds, has to burn the Valkyrie. Nowhere near going down. Tolan's TP's in, follow up. And that's a double kill for the Azir. Oh! Kenny Chan engages on as the Wukong. Tolan's still alive though. It's a nice shutdown for Kenny Chan. Oh? Toland. Oh, Kenny Chan uses the Cyclone Strike to get on top of Toland as well, but final kill going over to Lulu. Meanwhile, Forest has this Rift Herald up in the top lane. Is going to get himself some second tower gold here, going over to him. Nice little injection there. We'll get the second crash off, but probably will reset before they can get the inhibitor turret. Here comes Garvey. Alright, we're going to see a little bit of a replay here. Photon missing the first two Qs. Garvey getting the knock up here. Both mid laners TP in. It takes a lot of damage without being able to really translate anything on Toland. Flashing forward, securing the double kill there. Xiaoguang looking like the next victim until Kenny Chen comes in with the flank. This is a pretty good play by him that comes up here. Oh, they're not going to show the best part. Whatever. It's all good. Back into the game. Photon and Photic on the same team next year. Let's go. T1 just basically starting this off. With this build, Meds doesn't do a significant amount of poke damage anymore. And in general, Corky's kit isn't optimized for that. Anyway, Nami ultimates, Kenny Chan in the midst of everything, but the wild growth on Trigger, keeping him extremely strong. Photon wants everyone to run into him. Meds goes down as well. T1, a successful bait on the Baron. Max is not anyone's particular academy team. The LDL has 24 teams. There are only 17 LPL teams. And so there's a combination of independent organizations and academy teams. So it's a little bit like the European regional leagues. Oh, Photon knocked up. Xiaoguang gonna get the kill. Aatrox, so much sustain. Nice, also nice play from the Lulu coming out for Kabi. This is why I'm not a play-by-play, guys. Apologies in advance. So we do have the Baron available for all members of T1 at the moment. Xia Guang down. So it's just meds with a safe wave clear enough to try to clear out these waves, but meds with the Ravenous and the Miramana optimized more for a DPS build than for a poke build. Poke isn't that effective on Corki anymore, post nerfs. So instead of just going straight for the Ludens build, they're delaying Ludens to like third item potentially. Package available. This could be Max triggering the last stand angle. Looking for the package. I think the thought process is that Meds already has the Executioners, so Kenisha not building one as well. Meds may have to just build burn package defensively here. Kenisha similarly with the Cyclone. Not able to get out, however. Forest almost going down. Yet another pickup for Trigger. Photon almost grabbing the double there. Does succeed in securing the double. Just on a slight delay. Oh, there it is. Shuangsha. Woo! And the Nexus goes down once again for T1. They are now officially on match point. That is also the first red side game win in the Asian Star Challengers Invitational so far. T1 says, we are the last LCK team. We're the last LCK Challengers team. We don't need more LCK Challengers team to just whip through the remaining LDL teams. Fun plus Phoenix Blaze, the team that they had to play against in their group stage, the team that they were not able to win against, now officially eliminated from the tournament. They have received their second win, and they're taking down Max and looking at Edward Gaming Youth. Just one more game before they secure their spot in that final. Just one more match. I'm sure we'll see the post-game board coming up shortly. I'm anticipating seeing a lot of Aatrox damage there. But in general, T1 across the board, a ton of DPS coming from Azir, coming from Sivir. The fact that Max kept committing into them, not really able to play that well with their range advantage or anything along those lines, played exactly into what those champions wanted. No engage, no problem. Managing to keep their ground, get to objectives first, which is something that they weren't able to do in Game 1, I think. In Games 2, and especially this Game 3, T1 have just looked more like a decisive, cohesive unit. They've just really understood and cashed in on the confidence around these neutrals. I'm thinking of one, maybe, Game 1, they felt a little bit nervous, a little bit scared. Didn't want to hold their ground as decisively, but Games 2 and Game 3, they've just really demonstrated some of the smarter map setups and smarter rotational play that they showed signs of, inklings, hints of in Game 1, and just also managed to keep their ability to stand their ground and hold their positions when they had a positional advantage. Blue side indeed overrated, taking a huge blow in that series. Blue side narrative is dead, guys. What do we do now? How do we predict wins? Alright. Seeing the effective culling, picking up the double kill there. This was the big turnaround fight for me, I think. Where Photon's Aatrox just really started to look like a menace. Get some damage onto meds. Kenny Chen committing hard into it. Has the World Ender picked up already. The flash on the Xiaoguang, just able to get the reset there. This starts out looking relatively favorable. Toland isolated, but just the fact that Photon and Trigger are still full HP. And Kabi in the back line supporting them. A Polymorph here. A shield speed up there, you know. Wild growth. As always, support's doing way more than commentators ever let on. This was a fun little exchange. I wonder if in the highlight reel they'll show the conclusion of this with Kenny Chan's play, which was very exciting and fun to watch. Here we are. Starting off. Nope, we still don't get to see it. We don't get to see it debated both times. Photon seems isolated in the blue buff pit, pops the World Ender, doesn't land anything but the... No, picks up the Wukong Forest Shovels. And as well as the Orn. There we go. Ned's caught out having to burn the package defensively. Kenny Chen tries to counter engage, but doesn't manage to take down Forest before he drops. It's a little bit of a feels bad. This is where Photon picks up his double. That was almost an insta-double with but Meds flashed away. So Photon does take away the MVP here. We've seen really stunning Aatrox performances from Garvey in the quarterfinals and in game 1 of this series, but I think this is probably a little bit more impressive. Just constantly able to find those angles into the fights. With this Eclipse build, this Aatrox champion is a complete and utter menace. No wonder it is so highly prioritized in the Asian Star Challengers Invitational. Look at the damage percent, 28.3% for a top laner. That's pretty good. Photon is indeed Giga Chad. We gotta take an update the MVP race here. Let's see where we are in the MVP race. Oh, I will update you on that after the break. See you all in 5 minutes.
Down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. You judge me on my that's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
상대가 누구냐인 것보다는 저희가 잘하면 우승할 수 있을 거라 생각해서 저희가 어떻게 할지만 계속 생각하면서 우승하겠습니다. 상대가 누구냐인지는 별로 딱히 상관 안 하고 그냥 저희가 할 것만 하면 우승한다 생각하기 때문에 저희가 그냥 잘할 생각하면서 우승하겠습니다.
我认为 T1 算是一支非常激进的一支队伍吧，他们跟 LCK 的风格有点不太一样，更类似于我们这边的更倾向于打架的风格。没有说谁是威胁最大的吧，就是看两边团队谁做得更好吧。我认为打 T1 的话，就是我们需要在打架方面做得比他们好一点，而且我也认为我们一定会做得比他们更好。
All right then. Great to hear a little bit from Tolanda Shimo about how they think this series will play out. Of course, this is now a match point for T1. Very decisive performance. They have broken the blue side curse, obviously. Or is it the red side curse, I suppose. With the win on red side. This means this could be my last game that I get to share with all of you here for the Asian Star Challengers Invitational. Once again, this is a multi-regional tournament between LDL, Korean Challengers, VCS.B, PCS Academy, and LJL Academy, with a couple of streamer teams along for the ride. Only 3 teams remain in this tournament, and we're about to say goodbye to another one depending on the results of this game. We could get, once again, another 5-game series if Max managed to adapt and come back here, or this could just be a 3-1 for T1. Looks like the Aatrox priority has upped after Photon's performance in the previous game. They're just going to go ahead and secure that for first pick. We now have 2 bans levied against Holland. They have dropped the Draven ban. Max decided, you know what? Kelsey's right. Trigger has not prioritized Draven. It's way more important that we are able to deal with his Sivir and his Aphelios. T1 managed to win game 3. T1 are now 2-1 up against Max. So Max won game 1, and then T1 won both game 2 and game 3. So Aphelios prioritized right away, not even going for the Sivir, just wanting to take it to the bot lane. I know a lot of the minor region teams that just completely dropped Zeri priority even on 12.14. Basically, along the line say that Aphelios or Sivir, right? And Sivir, more scaling, more guaranteed damage in the later game, but Aphelios, if the enemy team wants to run into you, and also has a lot of aggressive potential in the early landing phase, especially compared to those picks. So a lot of Aphelios priority trickling back in, especially post a couple of Zeri nerfs here and there. But T1 having a lot of success with these Sejuani compositions, seeing the Aatrox, knowing that the enemy team, Max, will want to run into them, and of course, Max doubling down, picking up the Sivir into the Aphelios. Sivir working with Trundle, Aatrox to run into the Sejuani Aphelios. We'll see how that one pays off. Obviously, the Trundle will have a lot more impact early on in the game, and then of course be able to have the ultimate against the Sejuani later on. Plus the pillar against the Aphelios, if Aphelios walks forward. It's very easy to get collapsed upon. He just has to be fed enough for it not to matter. Basically, he has to kind of stand in the middle of the fight, clean everything up himself. Sorry, that was my chair sound, if you guys heard that. Apologies. Alistar blind also into the Trundle is kind of bold, I will say that. Not sure if that's the play. You lose a lot of landing power and a lot of reason for picking that Aphelios pick if you're just blinding the Alistar. There's no way that you can ban enough of the enchanters for this to be effective. I think if you're just going straight for the Lulu, basically like if Max Gaming want to go straight for the Lulu, they're effectively saying, you know what, you guys had this, seemed really sick, we'll take it. Especially since T1 already have so much hard commit. They basically can't win a fight unless they hard run at Max with this draft so far. Alright, and then the Viego. I know, is this a Viego jungle Sejuani top lane? Could be. It looks like that's most likely what it's going to be. Though, you know, any Ala fans of the chat might suggest it could be a Viego top, but it seems extremely unlikely. And of course, the Viego matchup into the Trundle is a little bit more effective for the jungle than it is the top lane. But still, Trundle will be able to pull Sejuani and Alistar resistances for the fights later. But they are not opting for the Lulu. Instead, they're going for the Amumu engage support. Amumu also has the added benefit of if you build the Even Shroud and then enemy is piling into you and you just pop your ultimate. It's a lot of free damage for utility. Ahri is the blind pick, so there's the Swain, Talon's second most played champion in Korean Challenger Summer. If you have a lot of short-range picks, like both teams do, then Swain looks extremely attractive. Sivir does have a little bit of a range. Sivir Ahri do have a little bit of range and carding potential to not have to hard run into the Swain, but into the Aatrox, into the Trundle, and to the Amumu, Swain feels pretty comfortable cleaning that up. So, Swain having a little bit of a good time. Nice final pick. And of course, it's really nice to see T1 kind of playing to their strengths, really understanding what champions have been winning them games, right? Throughout the course of summer, they've had so much priority on Sivir, so much priority on Aphelios, have done extremely well with that. They had that 7-0-7 at 20 minutes Aphelios in the second game that really started to swing the series momentum for them. And then, of course, Swain being after it with Azir banned, taken off the table in the 1-2-3, just decide to go ahead, in a pivotal series like this and just go next up in priority and pick up the Swain after the Azir for Toland, who, he threw out the gauntlet. He said, I think I'm the best mid left in the tournament, comparing himself to Meds, comparing himself to Ching, who is the current MVP leader, already eliminated from the tournament at this point. Quite a lot of stacked mids in our top 4 here. All right. Let's see. Take a little bit of a look at some of these runes. For the glacial. All right, going for first strike Ahri. Should be effective in this lane. Okay. Doesn't look like there's a lot of threatening level 1s. No one's even trying to put down a level 1 ward, which with the Amumu, with the Trundle, you might think that you can play a little bit more risky here. Try to get some early vision going on. You're even against an Aphelios, right? So unless you're face checking the Alistar directly, you should feel pretty safe trying to get some extra vision down. Not quite sure if that's what Xiaoguang and Shimo are going to try to do, but it seems to be at least they're getting eyes on the start from T1's Jungler Forest. They'll probably save their pixel wards for laning phase. But they at least are able to convey the information that, yes, we confirmed Forest is starting bot. Wants to join up with the Sejuani in the top lane and start looking for some of the skirmishes. Shimo getting some engage on when Kabi is still relatively weak, though the pulverized trade back ends up being slightly favored for T1 here. Trigger, no ability at level 1 as Aphelios, so this is also a nice window for Max's bot lane to creep up and look for a lot of trades on the T1 there. Though Shima not quite coming out favorable in these. Kabi consistently managing to follow up with the pulverize, so. I think as this game goes on, because both teams just want to all-in scrap over and over again, I think we're gonna slightly start favoring the Swain just a little bit. It's definitely like a Toland carry angle, but if Xiaoguang keeps good spacing, Shimo is able to zone pretty well, then I think Sivir could easily take this. So for me, I'm paying a lot of attention to those particular carries. You also have the fact that Trundle is going to be able to tear through the front line, delegitimize it with the ultimate. Toland already burning flash. Kenny Chan following up with the pillar. Good engage down from Shinmo, and then giving the kill over to Kenny Chan. He's ready to try to contest the MVP standings. He has the most MVP points currently of anyone in this tournament, of anyone in this game. So Kenny Chan at 4. So, nice start so far from Max. Slight compositional advantage, I think, if Sivir can basically stay at the back of the fight and just throw some Qs and some ricochets into the space, but definitely some options for T1. Garvey's stacking up a big wave here, but it looks like Trundle's just going to look for bot invade, so I'm guessing that if Garvey does get the wave in, he's just going to look for a really, really strong back timer. Scuttle clap for Trundle, very important. Getting the recall in. It's extremely difficult to try to look for a dive on Sejuani, but she just took half of her HP bar with 1 Q, so, you know, maybe where there's a will, there's a way. You also have priority coming out from Meds' Ahri, so if they did want to look for a play here, doesn't look like the worst situation available for an attempted Ahri, Sejuani dive. Biggest risk is obviously not knowing where the jungler is. Oh, Photon taking a lot of damage, but Garby low as well, taking turret shots here. Playing a bit risky here. I mean, I think one thing about Sejuani is she does a deceptive amount of damage, so Photon feeling confident, but does spot Kenny Chan on that ward, so it's going to back up and seed this last bit of the minion wave, the last 5 creeps. Kenny Chan forcing Photon to waste a lot of time looking for a good back angle. Meanwhile, we're at a point where Trigger and Kabi feeling a lot stronger in this lane, picking up the purple and blue guns, Kabi with the full combo available. Always kind of annoying to play Sivir into Alistar, because obviously once you get the... if you spell shield the headbutt, you still have to deal with the pulverize, so very annoying. Champion. Kenny Chan and Meds looking to set up around Dragon. I assume maybe just a little bit of vision and then maybe a back timer for one of them. It looked like Meds was going to back, but probably decided they need one more. Oh, nice. Speaking of the headbutt pulverize combo on the Sivir. Kabi does manage to get that off, but with Kenny Chan waiting in the rings, Alistar goes down first. First blood over to Xiaoguang. Trigger manages to trade this over. This could be risky, but nice Q. Oh, reset though from Forest. And I think with Toland coming down bot, they're just going to look for a back window. So you see both AD carries going down in the scuffle. Slight favor over to Max because they managed to pick up that first blood. Also a little cheeky extra kill there. Here we go. So Xiaoguang feeling pretty confident to maybe look for something, but stands near the wall, gets the full combo from the Alistar. Alistar does go down, but Kenny Chan being zoned out by Forest, and of course Diego getting the reset off. Grabs the Sivir corpse, and then with Toland coming down, they just decide not to continue pursuing the fight. Xiaoguang got knocked up and didn't quite play the fight optimally, but still managed to come away with the first blood. All right. Photon and Forest engaging on Garvey, has to pop the World Ender, but still doesn't manage to get away from it. Goes down to Forest and Photon. Two plate gold over, and we'll also miss this XP on top side. But with Meanwhile, jungle is playing just as heavily to bot side. 2 plates over for Max. Split between 3 members, but still useful to have. They do have the Riptail available as well, so this will just be a full tower worth of gold going over to 3 members. Split between 3 instead of 2 for the 2 plates, but still pretty worthwhile trade. Also no kill. Yeah, I misspoke on the first blood. Apologize on that. But they did get 2 kills over on the bot side skirmish. I realized that after the fight ended, but then I repeated it again. Can we have some more excitement? I am very excited. This game is exciting. Do you guys not feel excited? I think in general, the game is going a little bit slow just because both teams are relatively happy with the scaling game. Like you have the Sivir on one side, the Swain of Helios on the other, for both teams going for hard commit. I think in general we're looking to set up the dragon fight area here. Kenny Chan and Meds probably just looking to get the mid wave in. A lot of vision set up on the blue side of the map. They can probably siege this bot tier 2 here, looking for catching Photon out. No pressure available on T1 since the rest of them had recalled. So no good trade plate available, but they are going to look for a position onto Aatrox, who's asking for assistance, and we'll have to burn this TP. For Mets. So T1 just looking for effective trade play, but Max are up ahead in tempo since they are looking to siege this bot T2, get some gold onto Sivir. Alright, and then of course Meds picking up and neutralizing that mid wave. Aatrox, despite a bit of pressure coming out from Forest pathing top, like playing to the Sejuani side a little bit, still managing to stay relatively healthy and farm. Managing to get, basically him and Kenny Chan having managed to get the initial zoning off on Photon, with Photon coming really, really low in those traits. Denying a couple of waves there, but yeah, in basically the last few minutes, there's been a little bit more attention from T1 side on the top. That said, though, basically already a Kraken Slayer available for Sivir. Full towers worth of plates gold going over to the jungler, the support, and the AD. Coming from bot T1. It's very, very exciting to see. Yeah, blind pick Alistar is a big question mark for me. I definitely agree, chat. I was a little bit confused on that, but honestly, the Amumu wasn't the worst thing that can be picked into the blind pick Alistar. They could have gone for an enchanter pick. Lulu was definitely up and available. Garvey on bot side has to pop the World Ender, but Toland has ult available as well. Oh! Having to reshift the turret aggro. Both items low. Xiaoguang's like a little bit hungry for it, but doesn't want to face check into potential CC lock. And Max, obviously, they're really, really happy with the trade-off because even though Garvey had to burn the flash and the ultimate, they just get the top T1 for in exchange. So I'll take that as a trade. It's a pretty worthwhile, especially since Toland and Toland definitely has to back, right? So that's Swain off the map for a little bit. Allows everyone on max to reset 1 minute until Dragon, so probably want to have someone on the top wave to get at least one more top wave before you're fully set up for the Dragon. Even if T1 get the second one, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, Swain is going for the basically support-based Swain build. Not a lot of damage, so putting a lot of gold, or a lot of eggs I should say, into the Aphelios basket to carry. So basically it makes it a lot easier for Max to position. Max first on this Rift Herald. Oh! Kabi looking for the engage after being caught out by the chain from Aatrox. Alright, with the Chime. Nice Foxfire ultimates. Try misses on the second one, but looks like, oh, Flash! Aphelios does go down, but trades for the Ahri. Garvey's still massive on this Aatrox. Xiaoguang comes off with the final kill, going over to the Sejuani. They're going to look for Force in the jungle, but they're not going to find him. Garvey just using the last remnants of World Ender to zone out the enemy team. Kenny Chan pulls the Rift Herald, starts whacking away at it, and this is going to go over for them. So if we take a look at this fight, Kabi's the one who gets cut out by the chain, tries to counter with the follow-up engage. Toland immediately pops the ultimate, goes in, just doesn't have enough damage, and as soon as he pops the Zhonya's without anyone around to basically ensure that they stay in his AoE, they just wait for the duration to go out and then clean up the fight afterwards with Garvey chasing down Photon here. Photon tries to, basically Photon stays on top of Xiaoguang, but Xiaoguang has enough damage to take him down with no repercussions. Clean fight for Max. Looks like they are ready to take us to a game 5. Teleport here for the Dragon contest. Looks like T1 are just going to disengage and give that one over. I mean, they're starting to think, okay, what can we do with Aatrox's teleport being down? We see Toland on the top side of the map. Maybe he's thinking of sieging the top T1, but Max just going to drop the Rift Herald and force a bunch of defensive pressure from T1 to clean that up. There's a big wave on top side, so it wouldn't be too bad, especially since all members of Max are showing here for someone to go push that, set up maybe a counterplay here, since Max don't have pressure on the rest of the map. Garvey pushing out the bottom lane right now. Alright. So because T1 didn't send anyone to that top side of the map, actually tempo stays in Max's advantage here. They're getting the resets off first. T1 still have to fix the side waves before the next play. It looks like taking that Azir off the table, prioritizing the Sivir. It's the ideal combo that Max are kind of finding to rectify the situation they found themselves in, where T1 were just playing their strongest picks. And of course, Aatrox has been a massive threat in all 4 games, except, you could argue, the second one. Garvey wasn't nearly as impressive in that one. Speaking of Aatrox, doesn't quite know that Forest is in this brush. Stun comes off, but manages to flash away from the Sejuani ultimates. World Ender, doubling on that Q3, baiting out the next cooldown. Photon goes down, takes damage from the... Oh my goodness! Wow! Excellent double kill from Garvey. Camera zoom in, well earned. Cleaning up the creeps for their troubles, baits them into the double turrets, manages to outplay, avoid the ultimate from the Sejuani, and just clean up the fight. Excellent play from Garvey. Alright, we're going to see it again. Photon comes out, looks like he's running away, it's going to be a big bait, but Forest is in the brush, gets the stun out. He does stun from the Sejuani passive, but flashes the ultimate. And then double hit on the Q3, Photon immediately taking a lot of damage, dodges out a little bit, but T1 basically just have auto attacks left, no cooldowns. And then Garvey cleans up the double kill. Why not just ban Aatrox? Well, the Silas ban is pretty necessary. I think what T1 could think to do... I'm trying to remember what T1's bans are, because I clearly remember the Kalista ban feeling a bit gratuitous on Max's side. But definitely some good options to look at. I think the Aurelia counter has been relatively effective, just not at game 1 of the series, so it's worth maybe exploring again. But yeah, Aatrox has definitely felt pretty overtuned for a while. And this isn't even the Eclipse Aatrox build, right? This is the Gordrinker build, so Gordrinker against the Sejuani, because you're not necessarily going to instigate the Sejuani with the Eclipse. I am Kelsey. If you're not familiar with me, I've been following the LPL for basically since it existed, and but normally, more recently, I've started to become very interested in North American Academy, so I produced that broadcast, coached for a little while. Anyway, thank you for joining me in North America as well. Alright, teleport coming in. Basically daring T1 to try to walk into the pit, into the short range kingdom that is Aatrox's domain. From what I've seen and heard so far, I would be surprised to not see Jack Spectra and LEC. You are correct, chat. However, Xiaoguang. No, I can't even make the comparison. I can't do it, guys. It's too dishonest. Alright, just Max sweeping out some vision. Guarding some creep waves. Not a single first tier turret taken by T1 yet. A lot of that is just basically the rotation of the Ahri and the Sivir between top bot maps. Also, Garvey's exemplary 1v2 defenses. Am I Ellen DeGeneres? I see, I don't keep up enough with celebrities to even know if people are mad at Ellen DeGeneres right now. It's hard to say. Trigger will carry the game. It's possible. I mean, it wouldn't... If Xiaoguang messes up positioning, right, and everyone hard commits into the Aphelios, it's definitely possible. But I feel like if Garvey gets on top of Trigger right now, Trigger just doesn't do enough damage to obliterate his health bar before he gets Q'd in the face and almost instantly dies. Also, the death stance makes it considerably harder, right? But very exciting for Max to be able to come up at this point after dropping 2 games in a row, looking extremely lost relative to T1 in the previous 2 games, losing the first red side game, or excuse me, losing the first blue side loss of the semifinals. Really smart and calm adaptation out from them this game. Just keeping up the pressure on bot side, managing to understand that they were ahead in tempo and kept pushing through to T2. Kenny Chan in the jungle almost catches out Forest. I'm wondering if the Trundle is the pick that goes back on the ban list, honestly. Because it was for the first 2 games. And it has been pretty good in a lot of these jungle skirmishes. Now, Trigger is a half item behind the Sivir, so... Three-item Sivir. It's the 300 CS Sivir win condition on its way to completion. T1 can still win, but I do think it requires a few mistakes from Max. Keep good wards over the wall. Already here. And our featured matchup was mid lane. Meds has probably looked best on the Ahri and the Galio this entire series. I think giving him that agency to kind of move around the map, go to side lanes, has definitely suited him way more than putting him on more laning intensive champions like the Azir. Garvey just gonna casually clean up this Cloud Drake by himself. Soloing it out. Xiaogong picks up another wave just casually. I'm assuming with these recalls in place, Shimo's going to pick up some more wards. Make sure that they're cleaning out the vision on the Baron to make it very, very safe. So basically then they can lean into bot side a little bit. Let Aatrox push out the wave, but if Aatrox is recalling here, then also they can just stand on vision in top jungle, kind of dare T1 to phase check them, which is what their composition ultimately wants. Not even have to deal with the split push in the side lane. If they want to give T1 bot, it has a bounty, but it's honestly not as threatening as basically choking out all vision, which they haven't completely managed to do yet. They need to do a little bit more thorough sweep job. Even so, they're picking up dividends here. Kabi doing exactly what we talked about before, taking a bit of damage, having to pop the ultimate. The chain forced the flash. Max just needs to go back to doing what they did before. It looks like, though, with the Alistar ultimate down, they're just going to commit to starting this. Oh, okay, Forrest knows that Shimo's in this rush. Shimo has to burn the kills to the side. Mummy still goes down. Garvey with the World Ender, but Toland managing to maximize damage on multiple members of Max. And when we talked about looking for this mistake, this could be it. Kenny Chan zoned out of the fight. Xiaogong's still plenty healthy though, and both parties back off. So a few return kills going over to T1. 3 kills down. Shimo being targeted out by Forest. Basically not completely securing and sweeping the vision around the Baron Pit. So they know Shimo's here. Managed to catch him out. Garvey goes in. Let's see what happens to Garvey here. Does manage to clean up the Alistar, but Flash is basically in and then gets stunned out here. So has to be forced back. And then Toland looking, just even with the supportive build, looking at the damage that he's able to get off with the Zhonya's after they've already committed to him and the damage from the ultimate. We'll see, we'll see. The game should still be firmly in Max's hands. They probably won't make the same mistake again. I think they're better off. They basically just want to make sure that they do an extremely thorough job of the sweep, right? They haven't been able to catch that one ward outside of the Baron Pit. So Max has a general idea of what they're doing. And then, of course, Forrest used his own sweep to spot out Shimo. when he was isolated pretty well from the rest of the team. I think there was maybe a little bit of a call in terms of, a mixed call in terms of turning and burning the Baron. Also, Med's having to burn his teleport from that. As T1, you're thinking a little bit, how can we use that to our advantage, right? So if we can manage to use our own TPs to push out bot, threaten some turrets, get a little bit of gold advantage, maybe that's a way to pull yourself back into the game. Helios does have 4 items. Caught up in build to the Sivir. Of course, I'd probably rather have a bit of a stopwatch here in this situation. Kabi advanced a little bit further forward for his team, having to burn the ultimate again. I don't know if that's where Shimo wants to be. Forest on the flank picks up the 80 carry. Meds and Kenny-chan just forced to disengage. This could be the T1 comeback. As soon as Xiaoguang is caught out, the entire ability for Max to basically, as soon as Shimo, Xiaoguang, or Kenny-chan are caught out, the ability for Max to create positional advantage for their team composition and stay separate from the Swain and the Aphelios significantly diminishes. So T1 picking up the Baron here, looks like. What they definitely want is for T1 to walk into them, right? And for the flanks to be effectively marked. So Amumu's positioning in Pixel, for example, on Baron's start makes way more sense. But we'll see here. Instead, Amumu hard commits into Swain after Swain had already popped the ultimate. Really low HP. Even uses the stopwatch, right, in that position. Was it a stopwatch or does he have Zonia's? Yeah, he does have Zonia's, okay. But what you want is for them to walk into them. You can them to walk into you. You can pop Curse the Sad Mummy, right? Then they're basically kept at a distance. Alright, so a little bit of extra gold. The gold lead tied up. That what was once a 13,000 gold lead is now just 3k as Max casually pick up Swain on the top side. So they also now have Cloud Soul, so this game is looking a lot more comfortable, right? You have Trundle can pop ultimate, suddenly have big move speed. With a lot more move speed available, it's harder for Swain to stay onto you, right? You don't want to hard engage into the Swain. If you don't hard engage into the Swain, you now have Cloud Soul. You now have a great deal of movement speed. And Aatrox with Cloud Soul. Trundle with Cloud Soul, Sivir with Cloud Soul, all of these are excellent. But T1 do have Baron on multiple members. Just for them, it's more of a golden stats injection, right? And an ability to stall out the game because they're not really in position to really siege with it yet. Of course, other than Swain, who has a lot of survivability, you also have Diego having the Guardian Angel. So basically a lot of tools for a T1 to basically get into a fight, reset a fight, hoping that Max use gap closes, use basically all manners of hard commit into them. So once again, my eyes are really on Xiaoguang to be able to close this game out for Max. Toland repositioned with the W. just going to go ahead and lose this Swain ultimate for a period of time. So this is a window where T-White can look, or where Max can look without the threat of the Swain commit. Oh, excellent Moonlight Visual coming out from Trigger. Really just, they saw the Swain ultimate down and... Oh, let's see if Garvey can clean anything up. Garvey full HP still, but it's probably just going to use it to disengage the fight. Uses the W to create some space as he just inches out. And honestly, Trigger, the real hero of that fight. His Aphelios ultimate, 200 years, just obliterating all sorts of HP bars. Garvey, after his great escape, caught out in the Krugs, probably goes down anyway, no World Under at this point. And Trigger, following this creep wave down bot. Meds, caught out trying to defend. Both on low HP, so looking juicy for Mets. Oh no, Trigger goes down as well. Forest GA popped, but he'll probably just die here. Don't think he can trade 1-for-1. And they managed to defend the wave push at the T2 turret as well. This is a really... Don't know exactly... Well, first we're gonna get the replay of the first fight, because we haven't had that yet. Excellent combo from both Kabi and Trigger with the knockup plus the Moonlight Visual. Garvey basically just buying space, trying to find some time. Let's see if we'll get... I don't know if we want to quite shame T1 with a replay of the T2 bot fight, but I'm sure that the producers are at least thinking about it, right? Why didn't I stop, Cubby? Okay, here we go. Here's the replay. Alright, Meds has to burn ultimate to get out, but finds Photon low. What happened with... I still missed what happened to Trigger. Did he just like walk through the bot T2 turret? I don't know, guys. I don't know what happened. He was just dead. Oh no. Alright. I don't know. I told Cubby that if he really wanted to make the claim, he should target Gao and not Kanavi. So that's all I'm saying. If you want to target one member of that duo, you're going after the wrong one. Alright. Garvey and Meds looking to find someone and pick them off as they walk into the Baron Pit here. Honestly, they really just should have Shinmo stand on the Pixel Rush. Like, just have people walk through the Pixel, pop the ultimate. Alright, Xiaoguang still in a good position. Tolan having to burn the ultimate. This could still be a trading winning fight if Xiaoguang's able to get in to do damage. Alright, we have Kenny Shan and Xiaoguang following up from the side. Garvey committing in with the W. Alright, Xiaoguang able to get the flank off, creating a lot of space. Garvey just on the front line, decimating everyone. And Max marched down with great intent, ready to eliminate the inhibitor turret on the mid lane. 50 seconds left on significant respawn timers. Not even going to be enough time for Kabi to basically come up. Max are just going to take us to game 5. Nice adaptation from them. Not the cleanest game we've ever seen, but great tenacity, great commitments to carrying that through, managing to snowball a ridiculous amount of gold onto Xiaoguang early on. And then of course, finally learning in the final fight, we want them to run at us, allow Sivir to kite back, run through the HP bars, make sure that we are protecting the gold funneled Sivir. and taking the game home. Of course, Garvey on top of the front line, excellent player as well. I probably expect him to pick up another MVP for this series. But we'll see who it does go to. Regardless, though, I think everyone is more excited to see the 5th and final game of this exciting semifinal between Max and T1. All right, here we go. We gotta get into Game 5 here, but I'm sure we'll get a replay package first. Potentially an MVP call-out. We might not get an MVP call-out until after the break. But we'll just wait on that one here a little bit. He did drop the lower third with the victory. I think, honestly, in terms of game plan, Max really demonstrating an ability and a willingness to adapt. Okay, these picks aren't working. We're going to eliminate them. We're going to change our ban strategy. Giving up the Azir twice to T1, I think definitely hurts. Strong champion for Tolant for sure. They also eliminated the Sylas, so they changed their approach to targeting Tolant's champ pool, and then he went down to his next most comfortable pick, which was Swain. And that didn't have as much of the effect as long as they could keep their distance, as long as they could have their frontline create space and keep Xiaoguang alive, which ended up paying out for them. So, good work. Alright, we're going to see replay one of the earlier fights. Kabi going down early on. Shimo with the ultimate. Trigger, though, honestly, Max probably are at least a little bit thinking of banning this Aphelios. It's been extremely effective in terms of the damage output that Trigger's been able to go through, because even talking about how much attention they paid and looking at those post-damage numbers, the amount of damage that Xiaoguang did. All right. This was too fun. We have to rewatch this and be excited about it. All right. Nice flash. Forest not connecting. After the Q from Photon, basically no good cooldowns left for them. Just have to auto and juggle, baits them into taking turret shots. The W down and goodbye. All right. But yeah, anyway, back to what I was saying before. I think just looking at the sheer difference in damage numbers and Trigger's positioning in these fights, managing to constantly space himself between his front line until the very end when he kind of lost his mind and went past the bot TT turret. But just looking at his spacing versus Xiaoguang's constantly, and the damage numbers that came out at the end, like Trigger was definitely more effective. Look, Forest targeting, finding, with the pink wards and the line brush were extremely key to this fight too, right? Oh, here we go. We're going to get the really, really nice combo from Kabi and Trigger here. That's just so disgusting to look at. What is that, guys? Like, what is that? I don't know. Oh, here we go. Okay, this is my last chance to see what happened to Trigger. He walks by. Okay. He's taking turret aggro. Oh no. Taking turret aggro. Also, pinned against the pillar there. What a tragedy. That was almost a really epic comeback. And then for sure Trigger gets the MVP, right? If they manage to get that T2, recall, and then close out the game, it's for sure a Trigger MVP angle. Alright, here we go. This is when Max finally understands how to play the composition. Garvey in the middle. Kabi tries to get onto the Sivir, but Kenny Chan basically just positions himself, blocks any option of that happening, then allows Xiaoguang, finally the massive Sivir, to clean it up. Well, anyway, this has been exciting. They'll either show us the MVP now, or we'll go to a break. Either way, we'll see you guys on the other side of that one. But thanks so much for sharing the Asia Star Challengers Invitational with me. Oh, we do see the MVP. It goes to Meds. A little bit surprising. But you know, I think he did have some extremely important fights on the Ahri. Definitely the ultimate in some of those later fights, picking out members, getting a lot of damage down. Charms catching people out, and it was the highlight matchup, right? Meds definitely outplayed, showed up. Toland a bit in that particular game, staying on the edge of fights, not putting himself in too much danger of Swain ultimate, so. Alright then, so we'll get into break shortly. I am sure we will see you guys for Game 5. You'll have to tell me if there are silver scrapes because I don't have any audio. And absolutely looking forward to it.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock lives in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. You judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
All right then, everyone. It looks like we are back for our 5th and final game of T1 versus Max. Our 10th and final game of the Asian Star Challengers Invitational Semifinals. That's right. Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze versus Edward Gaming Youth went the distance. Max Gaming versus T1 Challengers went the distance. After a tournament full of games that many would say were one-sided matches, you know, I even had the pleasure of casting a 12-minute, 54-second game between Nongshim Red Force and Crescent Gaming Act Academy. So, you know, I've had the full range, but I'm excited today that we get to see a 5-game epic between the 3rd seed of the Korean Challengers and the 3rd seed of the LDL to decide our finals matchup, which will once again be casted on Sunday by Hysterics, the man, the myth, the legend. Much more hype, play-by-play extraordinaire. I'm definitely not a play-by-play caster. One could argue I'm not even a color caster. One could argue. I'm sure we are getting into Big Ben shortly. Very pensive looks coming out from the Max players. We know that when we get into 5-game series, we tend to get to a position where people go for safer plays, but this is LDL, and this is T1 Challengers, much more aggressive teams. So we'll see if they throw caution to the wind and we get some exciting and spicy drafts coming in to decide finals placement here. So Sejuani, first pick, still T1's bread and butter of choice, followed up by the Aatrox, which 3 out of 4 games, Aatrox has looked almost undefeatable. I was going to say a word that I was definitely going to tongue-tie myself on, but has looked almost undefeatable in the series so far. Only 1 game misstep, but T1, in their hour of need, they're going back to the Sejuani Aurelia, which they're thinking, you know, we tried that game 1, and we didn't quite get the wave in on the first crash. I still think the Aurelia Sejuani could have been a really, really effective pick against Aatrox, and they decided to bring that one out. But it looks like we are not going for the control mages. We are not going for the safe. We're going for the scrappy Siluses, the scrappy Akalis. Aurelia Sejuani. I'm excited for this series to continue the escalation into full all-in brawling in the middle of the river. That is exactly what we're here for. That's why you watch this channel, the LPL channel. I'm glad that T1 are ready to bring it as well. We have Aphelios picked on 3 on red side. So basically, Max denying the more successful picks from T1. Sivir off the table, Aphelios off the table. What else does Trigger have up his sleeve for us today? We'll find out after the second ban phase. Yuumi taken off the table. I think they're just... Neither team seems that interested in having their supports play enchanters. So it seems almost like they're just banning them to allow for picks like the Nautilus, picks like the Alistair, picks like the Amumu and the Tahm Kench to really come through. So let's see if they're gonna pull that out. I mean, you still have options for things like Karma or something along those lines to make sure that you're spotting Akali out in her shroud. I'm thinking about AoE damage picks to deal with that champion. Nautilus banned out. So not able to pick and lock down the Akali with that champion. And of course, Renata, the tried and true answer to the hard commit compositions. Both teams have them. Oh, the Caitlyn would be really interesting here. It looks like it is going to be locked in. Caitlyn is a champion, received a little bit of extra AD on this patch, just hasn't been played yet. I was expecting the Caitlyn to come out. I was expecting to see more Caitlyn, more Tristana. I think Tristana had even more sizable buffs, and we didn't see Tristana until Game 5 yesterday either, so T1 whipping out the Caitlyn here. I'm excited to see how Trigger plays this out. The Caitlyn Lux, definitely a riskier lane, but Lux good into the Renata. Pretty much any kind of enchanter or mage support with decent range and reasonable cooldowns can do effectively here. And then the last pick, the max special, Wukong, coming through for the final game of the series tonight. I'm excited that both of these teams decided they didn't want to patiently wait out on an Azir Corki matchup to get to a 40-minute conclusion. They decide they just want to scrap it out, decide it within the first 15 minutes. Who's going to take it home and make it all the way to the final? Will we get the Max EDG Youth rematch, or will we get the T1 versus Edward Gaming World's Group Stage preview? We'll find out at the conclusion of this match. The score is indeed 2-2. At the moment, score is 2-2. Max coming back after EDG took the momentum of the series, won games 2 and 3. I think after game 3, Max basically just decided, we've had enough of this year. We've had enough of giving their carries in their mid lane and AD carries, the champions that they're most comfortable with. Just get the Aphelios off the table. Get the Azir off the table. Oh. Interesting overlay. Nice, nice. We get the... We're not quite in game. I think production got a bit debated. Here we go. Loading in some nice cinematics. Getting up close and personal with the shopkeeper statue's paddle, of course. Probably has some kind of technical name, but I don't know lore very well at all. We see Sejuani coming out onto the rift. Sejuani looking for that initial ward. Oh, 5-man stack in the bot sides. They're spotted out on this ward. Oh, Kabi cut, forced to burn flash already. It's the small advantages when you're playing these double range versus double range matchups in the bot lane. Usually, very frequently, you see early contests for that secondary bush. Excuse me. Max bringing their full team indicates that they might be a little bit more familiar with those setups than T1. But as a result, it's also possible T1 just knew that they would send them all and opting instead for a very easy level 1 ward start. A lot of times, against the Caitlyn Lux lanes, sometimes you see split maps, just so that Caitlyn Lux can't pressure effectively, but that's not what's coming through here. Instead, there's Kenny Chan starting topside and pathing down. Both junglers opting to see if they can support that volatile double ranged versus double range matchup on the bot side of the map. Once again, if you're just joining us, this is an LDL versus KR Challengers match. Kenny Chan showing himself. Third game we've seen Kenny Chan look for a gank on a lane that basically is trying to get the wave in just off of tower. But this time, I think T1 feel a little bit suspicious. You know what? We've been in this situation before. Kenny Chan might be around. That allows Sejuani to have slightly slower clear to catch up a bit. Honestly, Kenny Chan invested a lot into trying to make that level 2 gank work. So he basically didn't clear his top camps. He just went red straight into the level 2 bot gank. Now has to go back and get the blue, the Gromp. And Sejuani basically will have an easier time clearing camps. Getting the Scuttle Crab and getting a recall first. So, good on Forest here. Kenny Chan and the 1v1 after stun is no longer available. Spites the Scuttle Crab for HP, but not going to really amount to anything here. In general, I feel like Kate Lux, right, as a duo makes sense if you have like a really good siege comp with you, right? A really good siege comp, but instead you have this skirmish, scrappy composition on the top side and opt for the Kate Lux bot lane, which doesn't really feel too synergistic. It's going to make it very easy for Max to set up flanks on them later on in the game, even if they get super ahead. But you are getting a little bit of taste from that combo, from the snare from Lux, followed by the spell, the trap from Caitlyn, headshot Q. Definitely a potent damage combo in laning phase. They should be able to get a sizable lead if they play effectively. Meanwhile, the continued saga of Garvey's Aatrox versus Photon, as he tries to find some counters. Holistically, Max's composition makes way more sense, but if the Caitlyn gets off the ground, right, then you have a huge range advantage. It's just a lot easier to get flanks on them. So it'll depend a lot on how effective the side laning is, but there's a lot of kind of sensitive or precarious elements to T1's comp. Alright, Forest looking to make this Aurelia more effective this time around compared to the previous game where she died 3 times. The first game of the series where she died 3 times, I think within the first 10 minutes. Oh. Just a little cheeky flawless duet there. Photon going to back for mana, buy a few items. Vampiric Scepter and a call. Nice. Of course, the 2-plated steel caps. Or is it steel-plated toe caps? Ninja tabbies, I say. Alright. Max building up bot waves. Kenny Chan hovering once again, trying to throw this Caitlyn Lux off balance. They are currently about a wave and a half behind. Even if they get these even if Trigger gets about these 3 creeps. Max farming more effectively. Oh, Meds. Tolan's very low HP. Meds goes for the dive with the steal. Alright. The Silas Akali flex skill matchup. Meds coming out ahead on the Silas side. Alright then. Meds looking clean, willing to show up today in this featured matchup to bring the series home for his team. Alright, we're gonna get a replay of this. Q to break the bone plating. W doesn't really do much, the Twilight Shroud, so Max knows that he has the ability to go for the ultimate, the perfect execution. Cleans it up. Yeah, the Kate is not doing that great in the lane. About, like I said, about a wave and a half behind at the moment. Garvey constantly exerting just like subtle pressure, finding the enemy jungler on the map, hovering on roams, Typically, you don't want to stay in lane too much versus Aurelia. She'll just stack up her passive and then hard to trade directly with her during those times. With the potent Aurelia Sejuani combo, they're basically just going to go for the Rift Herald here. Kate Lux decide not to show on the map because they know that this could be a potential for like a 4-man side trade. So they're just going to lose this wave, most likely. But Kenny Chen, a little bit dangerous cutout. This is a good play setup from T1. Basically, like when you're feeling under threat, when you're feeling like you might be getting dived, best option you can do is just look for the enemy jungler in your jungle. Make sure that they're low HP, low enough that you can't be dove anymore. So smart play coming out from Trigger and Copy. They do have to give up a few creeps for that, but definitely well worth it so that they don't have to give up their lives, and then they can pick up the next wave as it comes in. Really good to see from them, so. Alright, Photon misses the flawless duet, so Garvey's definitely going to look for a trade back here. Kenny Chen walking into bot side river, but I think Forrest is just going to pick up this. Oh, nope. Kenny Chen with the steal. But will he regret it? Doesn't look like him. It's coming out through the angle. Oh, the ultimate comes out though. Kabi with the follow-up. Honestly, Lux doing a lot more damage than I expected. Sejuani damage is always like a bit underrated. Full combo. A significant amount of burst, but Lux is cleaning up just with the Samp Dome. Alright. Perfect execution available for Toland, and the trade kill back! Just a little casual flex. You know, nothing. Who doesn't love watching Akali versus Sylas? It's always a good time. Garvey pops the World Ender, goes in on Photon. No flawless duets available, but it'll be back up here! Garvey flashes it. Still has the ultimate. But now that Forrest's in the building. Alright, Kenny Chen clearing out the Raptors. Alright. Manages to dodge it out with the E and... Alright, clean. Tournament winners gets prize money and bragging rights. So... Of course, with international competitions, it's always the bragging rights. Sakali can still be very effective in this game. Both side lanes should be winning for T1. They managed to get this off. Flawless duet goes on to Garvey. Not able to clean it up. Too much CC coming out from the Aurelia and Sejuani combo. Photon of Forest taking that one 2v1. Rift Herald dropped for mid. Just gonna pick up a couple plates. Get some gold for Toland. Oh, or is the gold just gonna go over to the jungler? Looks like it. They're just passing that gold over to Forest. Plus a little bit of extra damage onto plates. Trying to secure the mid turret as soon as possible. I'm actually usually not a caster. I'm usually a producer. But I do co-stream LPL on occasion. Alright, so basically T1's slowly ramping up a bit of gold. Both Akali and both Toland and Photon looking like they're in a pretty good position to just win sidelane straight up. And Trigger managed to even out the slight gold discrepancy they had from early on. So even though this comp isn't too synergistic, as long as T1's able to use their side lane advantages to clean up... Oh, no. No Vanguard's Edge available. Forest still manages to get the stun off. Has to flash though. Oh wow, the Aatrox 3. Garvey looking for some revenge here. Forced to run away, Photon goes down to Kenny-chan. After the Vanguard's Edge completely whiffs. Not the best executed dive attempt from T1, but also Garvey able to maximize the amount of damage that he does with his different Q hits, hitting both members. Well played. Basically what we've learned from the series is diving Garvey when he's playing this Aatrox. Never a good idea. At least not for T1. Let's put it that way. At least not for T1. We're just not gonna talk about that one, guys. It's fine. We're moving on. So yeah, Vision set up for T1 onto this dragon. Oh no, we have to talk about it now. First ult goes out. Sejuani ult also doesn't connect. World Ender popped. Manages to get the T3 up. The third Aatrox Q off onto Photon. And just a slight little kill secure for Kenny-chan. Tolant goes full in. Not exactly able to get the bailout, but does make the attempt to oh, here we go. Pretty sure the fight was over, but just in case there was some shenanigans. May as well use the Renata ultimate just in case. Aatrox is a very disgusting champ, and this is the Eclipse Aatrox. Plenty of damage coming out. Alright, Photon forced to use the Vanguard's Edge. Vanguard's Edge coming out from Mets as well. Tolant makes the trade kill. Double topside skirmish. Can probably secure Kenny-chan as well. Doesn't quite have the energy for it. Doesn't want to commit under the tower. He sees how these things go. Meanwhile though, Garvey getting the first turret bot for in exchange. Just a quick side lane turret trade. We've seen a few of those this series. No clear tempo advantage, except Garvey does pick it up first, so he's able to recall a little bit earlier. So if Max wants to try to contest this dragon setup, they'll be there with the first move. Try to clear out these wards. It is, however, almost 18 minutes before a dragon has been taken in this game, so that makes the dragons feel a little bit less effective. Still, having a nice move speed buffer with one dragon secured from Cloud Souls, or excuse me, from Cloud is not the worst, you know. I have yet to see a game this series with so little emphasis on the dragon. Both teams just seem to be really, really hard playing for turret gold, skirmishes. Max with the Rift Herald going to take this turret away as well. And the first dragon is finally going to go over to T1. I just cleaned that up in exchange for the top T1. The Rift Herald will get a second crash off, but I don't think he'll take the turret. Yep, Tolan's just going to pop the eye there. Alright, I think the Max is probably going to be looking to recall top side from this position, reset, and then start pivoting down to the bottom side of the map. They have a little bit of passive vision on. Baron's not up for 1 minute. T1 can't take it too fast anyway. So just trade vision, try to stay up in tempo, keep T1 a bit on their toes is the Max strategy, at least until T1 side lane pressure is just too much for them to deal with. They do see a Kali on top wave, so this would be their window to hard pressure into the bot side of the jungle, if they wanted to. Instead, I think they're probably going to just use their priority to contest mid wave. It's not the best use of their time, but you know, Xiaogong wants some creeps. But now that they see Aurelia showing on the bot wave, what is this? This tournament is the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. It is a tournament featuring KR Challenger Series teams, LDL teams, VCS.B teams, PCS Academy, and LJL Academy. So 5 different regions. They're, I guess Academy or ERL equivalent teams. This is a 5-game series, best of 5, between Max Gaming, which is the 3rd seed from the LDL, and T1 Challenger, which is from the Korean Challenger Series. It is the 2nd semifinal, so yesterday was the other semifinal between Edward Gaming Youth and Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze. Edward Gaming Youth did win that one, so the winner of this series will go on to face them. Looks like all 3 of the carries from T1, a little bit up in gold. We're getting to the position where it's just way too easy for the 1v1s to occur from in T1's favor. Who's the most talented player in the T1 Academy roster? A bit of a mixed bag. I think it's between Toland and Photon. I think Photon's generally been impressive, but had a little bit of a rough series playing against Aatrox 4 out of 5 games. Alright. Speaking of Photon, getting singled out on bot side. Garvey coming in for the flank. Meds gets onto Forest. Nothing should really come of that, but they do burn the TP from Tolan. Marching down as 5. Wave is in position for them to get either bot side vision, maybe force T1 to move down and answer a push onto bot T2, but probably just gonna get wards on Dragon and recall for the next Drake. Kenny Chan's basically been able to exert pressure based on early lane states. I think in general, T1, especially when it comes to lane assignments, have had overall better mid-game macro. Just a little bit less decisiveness on neutrals in terms of defense or basically face check, whichever one is warranted at the time. But in general, T1's mid-game understanding seems to be a little bit more sophisticated than Max's. They're doing a better job of keeping up with the, basically, side lane seesaws. Oh, getting pulled in. Oh, nice! I'm not even going to pretend to pronounce the Lux ultimate. Garvey pops the World Ender. Photon just barely still alive, but gets taken out. The snipe from the Garvey Q from downtown. Kenny-chan chasing Gabi through the jungle. Flash, but as soon as he flashes, he seals his own fate. Kenny-chan also still has flashes up. Flashes under tower. Picks up the kill. It is looking like it might be another red side win, everyone. Alright, let's see how this one plays in. So this was a nice Lux ultimate to start us off. A little bit of damage lineup here. But as soon as that happens, you get the turnaround from the Renata Glass ultimates. Garvey, in the thick of all of it, pops the World Ender as Aatrox does a ridiculous amount of damage. Everyone hard committed. Max went out to the skirmish. I mean, Aatrox is a boss. I don't know, after Photon's crazy good performance on Aatrox, I'm very surprised that T1 didn't prioritize it after that. But they are very convinced that the Sejuani priority is the correct approach. They did have one, Forest did have one pretty good Sejuani game, so I can understand where the thought process comes from, but I definitely think that Aatrox has been an effective menace in most of these games. Alright, Forest clearing out a little bit of vision here. Both teams have pinks on Baron. Oh! Looks like Max get the pick on the side lane. T1 aren't really in position to start the Baron as a trade-off though, and at least Meds has TP, right? Didn't quite see what was going on in the bot side. So I was focused on T1 just like nervous. T1 and Max both just nervously placing pink wards on the Baron. Now we see Silas on the minimap pushing out bot all the way. Still has teleport available if Max wants to start this one off. Aphelios does have white and green guns available, so not the worst for taking Baron. If they want to feel like they're securing vision and trying to threaten this. Alright, we will see. Photon starts it off. Gets the follows to it. Vanguard's edge follow-up. Fully stacked passive. Mets just sustaining and healing through all of it. I wonder, you're going against Aatrox Silas. Who has the heal cut? Looks like Akali has the Morellos. Everyone just running it. See, I caster blessed him in one of the games when he was playing Nara. In this game, I caster cursed him. Generally speaking, for Max, I've been most impressed with Meds. I think he generally best knows what he wants to do in teamfight scenarios. Since I answered the T1 question earlier. The featured matchup for today was Tolons versus Mets, so... Alright. Where is Faker? Oh, they decided to replace Faker with Tolant. You know, really solid decision making here. Speaking of Tolant, Garvey, a little bit deep in the jungle. But he can buy a lot of time with the World Ender. They do burn ult for this, so now they're going to probably feel compelled to pull Baron. But Dragon's up in a sec. This game has now gone on long enough that potentially we could say that Soul Point is in the conversation, but probably still not the best use of their time. I think baiting Baron, definitely a more effective tool to fake out T1. They don't quite know that Cabby back for wards, but looks like Kenny Chan's just gonna try to pick up this ocean. Toland hard trading for top. They can actually look to play for this T2 here. Probably have at least some inkling that Kenny Chan is on this dragon, even though they don't have vision. Alright, mid whip going in. We are getting, you know, a drawn out game. We did have, to these teams' credit though, we did have pretty explosive openings. T1 Forest without. True. They became so desperate for jungle prospects. I actually did look up in this prep to see if he played any Kindred games. He has played Kindred games this season, so it's not out of the question. I've never seen Forest and Forest without in the same place. Or Forest within, for that matter. Alright, this game is starting to feel tense. These teams have been at this for 4 hours. They've been likely been at this. Max has been at the studio for longer. Probably at least 5. The pressure of the 5-game series semifinal definitely going to be start taking its toll. Probably see a few more mistakes coming out in these fights. Trigger gets targeted by the Sejuani ultimate from Meds. Hostile takeover goes through. Tolan looks for an engage, but he's way too low HP. Garvey just trudging boldly forward, gets HP bar down onto Trigger. Trigger goes down. Flawless duet comes in through Photon. Nice Lux ultimate coming through. But Xiaoguang with the cleanup and Garvey just zoning too much. This man, too strong on this Aatrox pick. Diving past the tier 3 turret in between. Diving past the tier 2 turret in between the tier 2 and the tier 3 turret. Plenty of HP, plenty of damage. Alright. Looks like Max have broken the tension of this game, ready to secure the Baron, look for a recall, and then probably look to march straight down, fix top wave and march straight down that lane. Would be my speculation. They can also just look to instantly fix the bot wave and push that out. Okay, let's get a little look at this replay here. So Tolan going a little bit too bold. Tries to go in 1v5 effectively after the rest of his team is disengaging. Trigger gets caught out standing in front of Forest. Photon tries to make something happen, but honestly just Meds and Garvey are too tanky. It almost feels like he's just healing them with that engage. Then of course Garvey walks past tier 2 turret, and that's what we are. We're in a pause now. I'm wondering what the holdup is here. We'll probably get an update shortly on this pause, guys. I know many of you are probably tired, feeling it. Or at least I am. It is 7 o'clock in the morning for me. My 5-game series this 5-game series is officially longer than the other one, because the other one ended here yesterday. FNC pause indeed. I am Kelsey Moser. I previously coached for 100 Thieves Academy and Evil Geniuses. This year I transitioned into being a broadcast producer. Previously, I have closely followed the LPL from effectively 2013 when it was incepted. I do LPL co-streams, twitch.tv/Karen Moser if you're extremely curious. Hysterics will be casting the final. It will be a fully solo casted event so far, in terms of English casting at least. I will definitely not be casting in Worlds, but I will be helping with the production team, unironically. So, you know, any production memes, feel free to send them my way. We don't know who won yet. We are in a pause during Game 5 of this 5-game series. I have yet to receive an update as to what the reason is for the pause. State of Game 5, there was just a massive swing from Max. Managed to wipe most of T1 and then go for the Baron. So that's where the pause came through. Wondering if there's some kind of bug that they're investigating, but doesn't look like it. Looks like we're back out on the Rift, and we are here to see fully Baron buff Max Gaming, ready to look for a siege angle. Instead of basically the suggestions that I gave so far, they're just fanning out as 5. Touching all 3 waves at once. What could possibly go wrong? Nothing. Apparently. Yep, but it looks like Meds is just going to adjust the top wave and then pivot into the bot side. So they'll probably just siege 2 waves at once, is my expectation. Or not. Or he'll just hover here. The Garvey collapse is indeed what could go wrong in this situation, and that is exactly what goes wrong. This is why you don't show three waves at once, kids. Alright, clearing out. T1 able to stall out this push. But because Meds did address the top wave, we have a 2-wave stack on this side. Able to at least secure top T2. Dragon is up in a few seconds, but once again, I think if you're Max, you're anticipating that this game is over before you're truly concerned about Soul. One Cloud and one Ocean on T1 is not going to make or break this game for you. So, that said, they've had at least a couple minutes on their brand buff already. Only managed to get a top T2. They'll probably reevaluate their map setup from this position. Alright, they're sending 4 mid with Kenny Chan to walk into the jungle. Look for some flank angles, look for some vision. When in doubt, guys, just, you know, go 5 mid. That's the strat. As a North American League of Legends enthusiast, I know it well. Don't actually do that. Alright, they did manage to get 2 turrets with their Baron buff, so they have that going for them. Everyone recalling after a somewhat successful push. They're still going to manage to stay up in tempo on T1, since it looks like their support is recalled first. So I think in this situation, Shimo's probably going to pivot to bot side, since I'm expecting meds to recall here. Or just stand on the wave. That works. Nayman, indeed. In the passage. Delivered to us. Still no vision on Garvey's side. I feel like in this position, this is less his fault. But he is going to get collapsed on, since I feel like Shimo should have aggressively pivoted there. But he is a very fed Aatrox, so he's going to buy a significant amount of time. Looks like only Sejuani Ultimate is down, though, in exchange for that. I don't really want to blame Garvey for that, because there was a lot more effective things that Shinmo could have done than stand on this wave, especially since Max got their recalls out first. So the fact that Garvey was pushing that way was actually the correct thing. It's just that he had no vision support, right? His team should have pivoted hard into the bot side, and instead they just all stood on mid wave. So, you know, I think that one I'm fine to not blame Garvey for. First one was definitely just like everyone's fault, because they were all showing 5 waves at once, or 3 waves at once. So I think, once again, just to reiterate, T1 seemed to have a better grasp of how to set up the map than Max does generally. So Max, though, have been coming out slightly ahead in some of the brawls this game. Aphelios being more effective in close quarters combat, and T1 not having a hugely effective front line to zone for the Caitlyn to free hit. So Max decide, we'll just play to our strengths, we'll run straight down mid, and we'll bait Baron again. Which, if that's what your team knows how to execute, you may as well play into it. Everyone in the pit, not a lot of zoning happening. Aphelios secures the Baron. Xiaoguang standing at the back of the pit, just able to continue DPSing. Garvey takes down Toland. Takes down Photon. Only Trigger and Kabi left available. Having to just get the mid-wave and desperately recall as a fully Baroned Max runs down mid. I don't know if you want to do that, Meds. Just look for the wave. Garvey, though. Trigger gets a little bit too excited from the bait. Just gonna support Xiaoguang as he takes down this inhibitor. Skillfully dodges the binds. Looks like Garvey recalled for HP. He's going to back. Almost catches Kabi in the chain. Clearly I know abilities very well. Here we go! The shutdown for Forest onto Meds, though. Alright, we're still in this, guys. T1's still got a chance. Trigger starting to look mighty strong. 4.5 items completed. Almost 1v3'd that skirmish with the front line. Able to show what Caitlyn can do when she can keep a range advantage. Looks like T1 is going to be able to pick up this Soul Point Dragon here. Yes, I just called it a dragon. Got anything against that? Alright, here we go. It's a comeback. Who gets that reference? (2016) LPL. Drogon. Alright. T1 clearing out waves. Let's see if Max get overzealous again. Let's see, at least they're not showing on mid-wave this time. Garvey gets power wave all the way in. Xiaoguang can now collect the mid-wave. Low. I hope everyone has had a lovely morning, day, night, wherever you live in the world. Well, the stakes could not be higher for these teams. Many players competing in the most important match of their career so far, looking for money, bragging rights, and increased visibility on the international stage. Lux with a little love tap from the ultimate there. Not doing a whole lot of damage. Reminding us that she's in the game. Thank you, Cabby. Thank you. Alright. Garvey walking up as a level 18 Aatrox, able to just completely zone all of T1 off. Throughout the LDL regular season, Max did effectively play around Garvey, using him as perhaps the most experienced member of the team to give them a clear identity to play around. Able to play Aatrox in 4 of 5 games this series. But once again, Mets has been extremely effective for them. When he's able to play these skirmishing champions, we see him really come online. Just a quick little ultimate coming out from Silas. Baron up in 45 seconds. Max take their best fights. When T1 are forced to face check into them, nullify the range advantage that the Caitlyn can possibly have. They'd much rather take fights around the Baron where they can control vision effectively than in the middle of T1 space, where Caitlyn can position, reposition, look for clear auto attack angles. But they also have the option of baiting the dragon. I think they'd rather not let T1 have Ocean Soul at this point in the game. But they're choosing to bait the Baron first since it's up first. 30 seconds on the dragon. Forrest gets the ultimate off. Kenny Chan, still full HP, manages to secure the Baron. Vanguard's Edge gets Photon into the middle of the fight. But Xiaoguang, completely untouched, now able to almost gale Forrest violently forward. And Max, that should be the series, everyone. That is Max securing their spot in the grand final, demonstrating the LDL, the kings of the Asian Star Challengers Invitational, able to rematch against Edward Gaming Youth, the second and third seed of the LDL. One of those teams will be your Asian Star Challengers Invitational champion. As we watch Max take a bow on stage, the victory secured and in their hands. We'll see them on Sunday again, matching up against Edward Gaming Youth, ready to get revenge for that lower bracket final that eliminated from the LDL Championship. Max already having locked their spot into the bracket stage by besting Edward Gaming Youth in the group stage. So not only do we get a rematch and a final peg placed in the Edward Gaming Youth and Max Gaming group stage match, but we also get a rematch of the LDL Championship lower bracket final. Thank you so much, everyone. It has been a pleasure watching this series with you. This will be my last series that I cast at the Asian Star Challengers Invitational. It has been an absolute pleasure. I'm very excited to have been part in some way of the first iteration of this tournament. I hope it continues, of course, in the future, when COVID restrictions open up, with all regions able to attend in person. That would be a very exciting event, I believe. But I assume we're going to get a quick little game recap graphic before we fully go. Perhaps a highlight rollout and an MVP. So here we go. 46 minutes and 28 seconds. As you can see by the gold graph, a very exciting game. T1 looking like they were going to handily take it with excellent play coming out of Talend and Photon. But I think either compositional identity or just the way they were playing outside lanes, they forced a fight in the middle of the mid lane. Max managed to take better flank angles, catch out Trigger from the rest of the team, mow down Photon and Toland. But looking at the damage coming out, Xiaoguang definitely redeeming himself and his positioning on this Aphelios pick. Just patiently waiting for T1 to come into his range of damage. Also, in the early lane phase, Xiaoguang and Shimo managing to get the early advantage, even in just the isolated 2v2, with the Wukong level 2 gank not having a major impact on the lane. And this was the first solo kill that we saw. Meds versus Toland, and then Toland with the return kill, the revenge kill. Eating aside from the engage, managing to take him out. Oh no, we're showing this again, guys! We're showing it again! This is like one of those plays where if you're teammates with Photon or Forest in the future, you're just gonna like subtly leave it on their PC when they go to get a water glass or something, and then just like have it playing on loop when they come back. It's one of those plays, you know? Alright. And this one, where we had Garvey able to start turning this one, looking at Meds being so effective getting onto that back line as well. Extremely good play from the solo laners this series. The Meds immediately latching onto Tolan, zoning him out of the fight just with the damage that he has. And then Garvey just getting on to trigger. Caitlyn not able to keep the range advantage without an effective front line. And then Xiaoguang completely untouched. Garvey just taking 0 damage from either the inhibitor or the tier 2 turret. Baron goes down, secured by the AD carry, of course. Only an LDL/KO challenger. Well, we have a situation where both junglers have smite and the AD carry secures it, you know. And then, of course, the final fight, almost over in an instant. Hostile takeover forces Forest to disengage. Photon's initial Vanguard's edge. And then Xiaoguang able to just Gale Force forward. And flash forward. Run everyone over. Just to finally secure the win. Meds coming in with the MVP once again. This is only his 3rd MVP. No more MVPs for Kenny-chan this series, meaning that he's still locked in 2nd place. Ching, already eliminated from the tournament, is the current MVP leader at 5 MVPs. But leaving Kenny-chan could very easily overtake him in the grand final. They are tied at 4, so that's exciting for people who care about MVPs. No. For me, when you're talking about a developmental tournament, like the LDL Academy, like the LDL, like the KR Challenger, the most important stuff is, you know, the standout performances from the players that will allow them to advance to the major league. So, always exciting to track MVPs for matches like this. That should be it for me today. Thanks again, everyone, for joining me. Gonna be able to close out the stream soon, so just bear with me here a little bit. The result, for those of you still standing by, was the Edward Gaming Youth will be playing in the final against Max Gaming, who went 3-2 today against T1 Challenger, eliminating the final Korean Challenger Series team, meaning that the grand final will be between Max Gaming and Edward Gaming Youth. That also means that the strongest group in the Asia Star Challengers tournament was Group E, because both of those teams come from that group. Alright, and that's it. Thank you, everyone. I will hand it over to Hysterics to bring the tournament home, and feel free to enjoy the rest of Asia Star Challengers Invitational.
Let